Hello. Hello, hello. Welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV. I am very excited to be back here. Like your hat, hell yeah. There's a reason why I forgot to hide the chat. There's a reason why I look like this. And that is because of the raid series we are going to start today. Hell yeah, it's a very serious hat. Ignore my dragon friend that's neck is clipping through it. It's fine. But basically, last when we left off of Heavensward, when we beat the base game, we managed to kill Pope King Thornton because he was trying to like become a primal and like keep the Dragon Song War, the war between Ishgard, this city-state here, and the dragons, eternal. But then after we did that, Estinian showed up, still in the broken armor, covered in Nidhogg's blood, pulls out both of Nidhogg's eyes because, Thornton had the other one, and then proceeded to get possessed by, Nidhogg, which is one of the big, scary, evil dragons that also wanted the war to be eternal. Not that it's a war to the dragons, but shh. And then turned into Nidhogg and then flew off into God knows fucking where. But then it was like, well, that's concerning. But anyway, we stopped the Dragon Song War, probably, maybe. Let's celebrate. This is a joyful thing, kind of. And then after the credits, there was a sneak peek to a giant robot coming out of the lake over in frickin' the hinterlands over here. A big robot was starting to climb out, and normally that's what I would be doing next. Just like how after we beat a Realm Reborn, there was a giant war, and it was like, oh, Primal's awakened, and then that turned out to be Bahamut, and I did like the Bahamut raids first. However, the main reason why I'm not doing that first is because I want to try to get the Alliance raid series, which is why I'm dressed up like this, out of the way. Because I remember when I first did it, the Alliance raid queues were fucking doo-doo. They were so bad. But there is currently an event going on that, because a new, like, major patch is coming out in the next couple weeks that encourages people to do older content. And for this round of the event, the Heavensward Alliance raid series is one of the ones getting like, hey, you get extra rewards if you do them. So I am hoping and praying beyond anything that if I do them now, the queue times aren't horrendous and I don't have to pre-record myself going through the Alliance raid on my own time, because that's going to take a while. But let us... where would they be? Here? Yeah. Here we go. The Shadow of Mhach. In an age of unprecedented air travel, sky pirates soar through the heavens on their airships in search of new frontiers and undiscovered treasures. When tales of a ghost ship haunting the clouds spread, the Warrior of Light answers the call and boards the baleful vessel forged by ancient and forbidden magics. Which starts off right here, with this poor old little trader man. Sky pirates. The unquiet trader seems to be scanning the skies in silent desperation. Also, tell me if you want me to like make the speech bubbles bigger. I recently got a new monitor, so like the resolution's all like different and things. And so like while it's huge to me, I don't know if it's huge for you guys. Oh, you have the look of a lass who's seen her fair share of trouble. Mayhap you'd be willing to help me with mine. I need a capable sort to head into the Sea of Clouds and track down my missing airship. I had to mortgage my soul to get that vessel built, so winning the contract to ferry supplies out to Cloudtop was a real weight off my mind. But it seems my luck ended there. My ship was due back in Ishgard bells ago, and I've been praying for a glimpse of her sails ever since. I can't help but fearing the worst. What if she's run afoul of sky pirates? My creditors will have their pawns of flesh. You think me foolish to fear piracy so far above the waves? Well, let me tell you that no honest merchant is safe now that airship production has, if you excuse the pun, taken off. Any scoundrel with a sack of coin and a vague sense of direction can terrorize the skies. Oh yes, this new breed of buccaneers like to paint themselves as dashing explorers, braving the unknown, but the truth of their nature is right there in the name. Sky pirates! Given half a chance, they'll strip your ship of every last scrap of cargo and cry yar ha ha as they launch you screaming over the rails. I've heard the stories. Please, you must make haste to Camp Cloudtop. That's where the shipment was bound. And inquire as to the fate of my poor ship. Oh, and my poor helmsman. Ask Ronchemont. He'll know, if any man does. Well, don't mind if I do. Send me the Cloudtop, please. I can speak words, kind of. Well, there's Ronchemont. The supply airship has gone missing, you say? Well, that would certainly explain why our provisions have been so late in arriving. I did, in fact, spy a vessel charting an erratic course northwards a short while ago, but it seemed disinclined to make port here. I paid a little mind. Not the most compelling piece of evidence, I grant you, but I have witnessed naught else of interest. I suggest you investigate the landmass to the north. Rest assured, I will send word if I spy another sign of our errant supply ship. Let me guess, that's way the hell of... It probably is faster to just fly there myself. Again, this area is so pretty, but I fucking hate navigating this place. This is my least favorite area in the game by far. Oh, so hey, Ghoul. Welcome, welcome. We'll make some good coin from this haul. Then we'll see if this fool is worth the ransom. What are you idiots doing? Aid, I say! These villains mean to plunder my cargo! What we got here, then? You think you're some sort of hero, do you? Oh, I know I'm some sort of hero. Got distracted being Wolflink. Hell yeah. I still need to play Twilight Princess. That's one of those, like, Zelda games that I, like, had a version of, played a little bit, and then, like, never got out of the prologue. And I don't know why. I just never did. Well then, if you don't mind me mates here join the fun, make for a more heroic tale on it. The tale of how 3 sky pirates fed a meddling little shite her own bloody eyes. You think I'm scared of you? What the? No, gods, I know that ship. It's... So you're the drags up and dragging our good name through the mud. You're Red Bill Leofard. We ain't done nothing to you or yours. What do you want with us? Just slowly approaches intimidatingly. I think I made my position pretty clear. You take on a mantle of sky pirate, you agree to a certain code of conduct. And codes ain't worth much if folks go around breaking them. Frankly, lads, you're making us look bad, and we can't have that. No hard feelings, though, eh? Oh, thank you, Mr. Leoford, thank you. I'm certain my master will wish to repay you. If your employer does business in Ishgard, he likely knows a merchant or two what trades with me associates. Till the says for Leofard, and any reward should reach me soon enough. God, I wish it were daytime. Unfortunately, because of daylight savings and the clock being sort of determined by the real life clock, I'm not gonna have that luck, unfortunately. As for you, adventurer, 'tain't often besides someone beats me to the scene, but then I'd expect not less from the hero such as yourself, friend Lona. Why do you recognize me on sight? That is who you are, ain't it? Don't know too many other lasses with one of the marvelous mana cutters the ironworks streamed up. Well then, seems you saved me the trouble of tracking you down. I've been open to have a word with you, you see. I'll put it to you straight. I need someone to help out with a little venture I have in mind. Someone used to taking a few risks. Now, this wouldn't be no black-hearted brigand's work, so don't go worrying yourself on that account. Unlike them thieving curs just now, I don't hold with robbing honest folk. For me, you see, the Sky Pirate's life is all about freedom. The freedom to go where you will, to find out what lies beyond the next cloud. If you're interested in joining us in an adventure worthy of the name, then look for me standard in the northern reaches of the Blue Window. Someone will be waiting there to greet you. And there he goes. Well, it's almost morning. Kind of. Again, kind of wild that you need to have flight. To get here. Or otherwise, I guess you just need to, like, go around. Like, go to the highlands and then just go up this way. I don't remember if you need flight to go up to that exit. That's far enough, stranger. If you value your life, tell me true. Did you stumble across the marker by chance, or are you here by invitation? Yeah, I'm invited. Then that would make you the hero the captain said to watch out for. Well met. The name's Stacia. Leoford would call me his right-hand woman, but I feel more like his bloody nursemaid. God's truth be told. Anyway, my thanks to you for coming to hear him out. If you'd follow me, I'll take you to Red Bill's nest. Maybe I should turn up the background music a little bit when I have the chance. Hey, this place doesn't seem very OSHA compliant. come to you in person and you still refuse my offer. Arrogant fool. I think that's who's talking. I don't actually remember. On the subject of arrogance, Rodlia, I bow to your superior knowledge. But that's all the bowing you'll get from me. As I told you a dozen times before, I ain't no one's lackey. But my dear Leofard, how else do you propose to survive an expedition to the ghost ship? I would fear for my life with naught but your feeble crewmates at my back. Well, I'd fear for my life with your mangy crew at my back, on account of them being murderous, untrustworthy bastards to a man. I thought you cleverer than this, Red Bill. But no matter, I always get what I want in the end. Tis merely a question of method. Hi, hello. Now there's a face I've not seen before. You don't have the look of one of Leofard's little birds. She's a guest. You understand the concept, don't you? You know, when someone is invited instead of just bursting through the door whenever she damn well pleases. That was Rodlia, the captain of the Talons. She knows Leofard's the best sky pirate alive, and the fact that he won't join her sticks in her craw. Are you gonna let him talk to you like that, Captain? We should teach some Red Bills some respect. Patience. When all this is over, we'll see who rules the skies. And now this song volume sounds fine. Maybe that other song was just quiet. Oh there, hero. I promised you a high adventure, and a high adventure you shall have. For we have planned to board the Sea Cloud's very own ghost ship. Or what folks have been taking to calling one, anyway. Every day for the past few weeks has brought with it a new sighting of the selfsame vessel. A massive airship of queer design adrift on the wind. Being a curious lot, there were a few buccaneers who tried exploring the below decks, but not one of them's been seen since, and so, naturally, they've been saying the ship is cursed. Well, haunted. Like I said, an honest-to-God's ghost ship. My guess is she's another relic left behind by the Elegans, but we won't know for sure until we've had ourselves a good poke around inside. And liberated whatever ancient treasure she's got moldering away in her hold, of course. But before we start dividing up the spoils, we've got to find the damned thing. Which is why we've been working on a special new device. But finding her will be the easy part. What we can't do without is a veteran explorer what ain't afraid to fling herself face first in the jaws of danger. Well, hey, don't say less. Forlona's already intrigued. Now, I know you're a gallant champion of the people and all, but strip away the fame and the glory, and I'd wager you're still an adventurer at heart. So what say you, Forlona? Fancy a plunge into the unknown at the sight of the Red Bills? See, look, no hesitation, just immediate, like, let's fucking go. And then it's settled. Let's pay a visit to her crewmate, Utata. She's been working on a way to track the vessel. There we go, it's daytime! Finally. I always get this little thrill in me chest when I'm about to embark on a new adventure. And once you've felt your heart dance like that, there's naught you wouldn't do to feel it again. She knows the feeling. Don't you worry, sir. This here's Utata, the last I was telling you about. She's our engineer, and a damn good one at that. Might as be there are better engineers in the realm, but I wager none are as inventive as our Utata. Earns her keep with her brains, not her brawn, and we're a stronger crew for it. Greetings, the name's Utata. I suppose you'd call me the Red Bill's chief of engineering. Smithing, carpentry, magitech. If it's a part of an airship, I can fix it. Just don't expect to see me waving a cutlass and swinging over the rails. If there's fighting to be done, well, that's what we have you for. To rule the skies, Utata seems eager to share her findings on the ghost ship. Well met, ladies and gentle pirates. Now that we have appeared to have our hero, I'm happy to report that we've overcome the last obstacle to boarding the ghost ship. Meaning your project is proceeding as planned? That it is, Captain. I knew this would be the perfect place to take readings. The scant amounts of background ether make it easy to follow the derelict's trail. The ghost ship has what Utata tells us. The ghost ship has what Utata tells us is a unique etheric signature. She's been building a device that can sniff out this particular spectral flavor and point us in the right direction. I call it the ecto-compass. It's allowed me to collect some solid data on the vessel's movements and pilot a reliable intercept course. No groping blindly through the clouds for us. While the ships are loaded and ready to fly, just say the word, Captain. Utata, you best stay here out of harm's way. Keep an eye on the Mathor trails, yeah? Aye, Captain. Grab an old armload of treasure for me. Now, we've got no way of knowing what's waiting for us on that cursed hulk for Luna, so you best bring along a few mates what you know you can trust. Don't have to be too careful, seeing as you'll be going in first and all. I did tell you you'd be going in first, didn't I? Well, you will. The rest of us will be guarding the rear, just in case Redalia and her brood decide to stick their beaks where they ain't wanted. Don't worry, she'll not get past us, and so you can concentrate on carving a path into the ship's belly. By a few adventurers, are you okay if I bring 23 others? That's what you meant, right? Honest to God's ghost ship. Oh, this is gonna be a fun adventure and a half. You mean 23 others is a few, right? In an age when the miracle of the airship has become commonplace, the heavens have seen the rise of a new breed of fortune hunter, the Sky Pirate. These airborne buccaneers sail the endless sea clouds in search of hidden lands to explore and forgotten treasures to plunder. At the behest of one such band of Sky Pirates, you have joined an expedition set on boarding the ominous ghost ship of recent rumor. Will you return triumphant with Leofard and his Red Bills, arms laden with the spoils of some ancient treasure trove? Or will you fall to the perils of the haunted vessel as every would-be looter before you? Now here's hoping that it's not going to take too fucking long. Because I'm banking on the event saving my ass. Especially because, you know, it's a Sunday. Surely people are playing in the middle of the day. I am praying. Also, hang on. I have an idea. Because while I am hiding the chat, part of me would kind of like to have the chat just so that, like, I can look at it. And so while we wait... Where's a good picture? Where... Hang on, where's sending myself? Surely I've got a picture of him on here somewhere. Good enough. Are you not? Hello? Let me save this picture? There we go. Jesus. Why wasn't that working? What were you doing? Where the hell is my stuff? And then I go grab it. And it's gonna be a giant fucking picture, but that's fine. I temporarily reveal the chat so that I know how small I need to make this. And there we go. I now have a little Haku picture in the corner that hides the chat. I rename this. And then can I... Where the hell is my stream deck? If I do that, can I... How do you fucking do this again? I do that. Right? And then, there we go, that toggles it. Now hopefully I just need to get in the habit of, you know, actually doing the goddamn thing. Now the question is, what the fuck do I do while we wait? Because I've got nothing, dude. I'm so upset that you can't do triple triad while you're in New Game Plus, because otherwise I'd just be like challenging the NPCs I haven't beaten a triple triad and being like, please give me your goddamn cards. But you can't do that, no sir, it's unfortunate. Also, does the screen look okay when I, like, move the camera around? Because, again, I have a new monitor since the last time I streamed this. And it can go up to gigantic resolutions, and so that's what I put everything as, but I don't know if, like, OBS is happy with the gigantic... Or Twitch, rather, is, you know, happy with the gigantic resolution. What do we do as we wait? I mean, I guess I'm just gonna do what I normally do, and, go look at people's houses, because I don't know what else to do. Also, if anybody has, like, I don't know, lore questions about Frinlona or anything, I can, like, do my best to answer things. I don't remember if we've been to any of these wards. So let's go to the second one. And if you ask a fun enough question, I could I could put it in the AMA section of her lore doc. Little kiddie pool. Why do you have fires in your fucking chocobo stable? What are you doing? I don't like that. Alright, you have a little sauna. Whoever is here really likes the Lalafels. That's not a real door. In fact, this may be the only thing this place has. Because this is like people's rooms. And I'm not allowed to go into people's rooms on New Game Plus. For some fucking reason. Buddy, I don't understand what the restrictions on New Game Plus are and why they're like this. I understand nothing. Got a cute little wisteria thing. There's your chocobo, looking very scary. Got a little, like, fountain sauna thing. Another fire pit. I want to say that's the roast from fucking Monster Hunter. Got a little bit of overspill of your crops there, sir. Little fucking mage frog water wheel. I love them. How does Ramona feel about potato mochi? She'd probably like it decently enough. She's always willing to try new foods. Oh, you got a nice little, like, hanging chair. Little nook. You got fish. I don't know if she would be okay with only eating potato mochi for God knows how long. Fucking playground. Bed. Oh, hi, Gilgamesh. You got a bunch of gold saucer. Why is there a pole in the middle of your hot tub sauna thing? I'm scared. And then we got a little bar down here with a stage. That's fun. But yeah, there's like some side quests in this game where I actually get to like contemplate like what is her like food preferences, because like there's one side quest in Endwalker. I don't think I can show it off unless I do it with Bunny and I remember which fucking side quest it is. Where like somebody asks you how do you feel about like grapes, and I had to like sit there and pause for a second and be like, how does Frinlona feel about grapes? Yeah, karaoke time. Sir, your plate, whoever lives here, your plates are ready to harvest. Oh, you got a nice little, like, tree swings. I imagine Frinlona's probably a decent enough singer. Probably a little bit on like the better side. Got a little like cafe thing. And then a little like private seating area. That's fun. Or like, there's another side quest that was like, you know, like spiciness stuff. Oh, it's like an outdoor like restaurant. And I basically then I got to like sit there and think and be like, how does Frelona like handle spice? And then I decided that she probably likes spice and has a pretty high tolerance for it. Unlike me, I'm a fucking baby when it comes to spice. I like it, but I feel the effects very easily. Oh, that's cute. Bunch of scions. A big ass library with the fat cat couch. Let's go. Little study. A little mini stage with a pole on it. I see. I see what you're doing, along with your little army of Namazus. It's so funny. You have like this cute little study area, and then you have a fucking stripper pole. Hello, dog. Like it going in, not so much coming out. Oh no, 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 no. That's no good. He thinks my plan's not working about using the event to try to see if I can get this queue to fucking pop faster. He thinks it's not working very well. Got a little tree. I'm so fucking big. I don't really fit up here. Carbuncle benches. Little like produce and like cookery store. Jesus, hi music, how you doing? World map, a bunch of fish. Lots of fish. It's downstairs. Why do all of the stages have a fucking pole on them? They're all like this. Well, there's like the little like sound stage. That's fun. We're all like this. Just imagining Majima in all of these. I don't know if I've ever seen a Majima cosplayer in this game. I've seen a Kiryu, I've seen a Ryuji. A little space. Like there's the Kiryu cosplayer on my server but his name is Taichi Suzuki, and he looks like Kiryu from Yakuza 3. It's very good. It's fun just like going about my business and then I occasionally see him and I'm just like, oh my god, it's Taichi Suzuki! You just have a bunch of Lalafels down here, okay? Yeah, the famous taxi driver! Okay, your house is under construction. Very nice little garden, little tea spot, more like onsen, hot spring things. Maybe, please. Big ass library. Yeah, that's what I thought. And all of the Scions, plus Horsefon and Louis Swap. Not just a big-ass fucking shark, huh? I didn't get out of here. These are spoiler pictures. Don't look at them. You didn't see nothing. Okay, Moogle entrance thing. Very, very Moogly. Possibly still under construction. But what they've got so far is pretty cute. This place is seemingly fairly empty. Not giving the best impressions. Yeah, no, under construction. 100% under construction. Although they're getting the layout done. The layout could be pretty fun. Yeah, very much under construction. How do I fucking leave? I always get turned around in these houses. All right, here we go. Lots of trees, outdoor seating. We got spaghetti. We got lots of spaghetti. Hello, sir. Why are you just fucking sitting back there? Or standing? Very cute outside. Wonder if anyone's ever made a maze in their house. Oh, probably. The main thing that is an issue is, okay, maybe not every object can do it. No, here we go. The problem with trying to do a maze is, as you can see, if you push against an object that you can't get through too much, You can just walk through it. Anyway, here we go. Finally. Nice little cafe, though. Very cute, very cozy. Because I know when, like, Halloween comes around, people love, like, making, like, haunted houses and stuff. Come on, you last DPS fucking come here. Thank you. Welcome to the Void Arc, finally. We be in. Let's see if I can fucking remember how you do Black Mage at this level, because there's a reason. Because, like, this whole, like, Alliance raid is kind of tied to Black Mages, kind of, sort of. That's why I'm deciding to do it as Black Mage. I'm not a good Black Mage. Full fucking disclosure, I am not good at Black Maging, but I'm going to be doing my best. Especially at, like, this low of a level. I remember nothing of how you play. But yeah, Black Mage is a casting DPS, meaning that you actually are going to sit there and cast times. And unlike Summoner and Red Mage, you actually will be standing there casting your spells. Black Mage doesn't really have a lot of tools to shorten its cast times. I mean, it has, like, Swift Cast, which every caster has, and Triple Cast, which is unique to it, which allows the next 3 spells you cast to be instant instead of having a cast bar. But you only have 2 charges, and 1 charge takes 60 seconds to come back. So it's very limited compared to Summoner and Red Mage. Anyway, for these first bits, we just need to kill a bunch of ads, ignore danger puddles, etc., etc. You know the deal. Okay, now I do have Fire Form at this level. Red Mage, or Black Mage's main thing is that you also have this thing called ley lines. And if you lay down some ley lines, any spell that you cast while standing in it, fuck you, sir, has a shorter cooldown time. How dare you do that to me? Let me do my damage! But yeah, because of the big, like, benefits ley lines give you, along with the fact that you are able to cast a singular shield, Black Mage is very much the scene from Courage the Cowardly Dog, where, like, Eustace is, like, in his chair and, like, a tornado comes and he goes, like, flying out, like, the window, but he's still in the chair and he's just like, nope, no sir, not getting out of this chair. That is Black Mage. Anyway, this boss will like jump around. After some jumps, you do need to be careful and like try to rush to be in its hitbox, because it will then do like an inverse like donut basically. This part, it's gonna pick a random alliance raid to get sucked into the middle while everybody else gets pushed out. We're one of the pushed out ones. We now need to kill all the Hydro Spears, while those inside also need to kill their Hydro Spear. Or Hydro Core, rather. And then it's going to jump again. It can also occasionally make a bigger AoE after it jumps, so again, you just need to be careful. Listen, I am not a good black mage, especially when I'm talking and trying to explain things. Anyway, it's dead, so who cares? But yeah, nothing too scary or spooky with that boss. This room, I don't know how to fucking explain this room. There's a bunch of ads that we need to kill. And occasionally, the room will get covered in smog, and we need to, like, make sure one person is standing on each of these, like, circles in order to, like, turn the fans back on. The problem is that I don't know what the end condition for this room is, because I've had some runs where, like, it takes 5 years for it to, like, come back, and then other times we'll, like, clear it before the smog even turns on, like here. It's just like, I don't know. Hey, sir, ow! Hey, sir, can you fucking not? Help! 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 Where are my healers? Help me! Like, I think we just need to kill the arc mobiles. Like, that's like the goal, but I don't know. I don't actually know how this room like works, other than just kill everything. But yeah, if this is a reference to a specific Final Fantasy game, I don't actually know which one it's a reference to. Because a lot of the, like, raid stories in this game or contain references to other Final Fantasies. Alright, this is a dual boss. We have to fight both this tree and this weird plant dog. There's no real priority in which one you kill first, because if one of them starts getting too low on HP, the one with higher HP will change what it's doing. Will, like, kill the other one. Also, if you're any kind of ranged attacker, whether like physical or magic, you do need to be careful, because after a certain amount of time, why am I stuck? After a certain amount of time, the tree will gain ranged resistance, meaning that it's immune to physical ranged attacks. While the dog will get magic resistance and become immune to magic attacks. And so you have to make sure you're attacking one that you can actually, you know, do damage to. Stay out of the weird mud puddles. Move over here. Eventually the tree will become immune to damage as the dog starts charging Shockwave Stomp. You want to hide behind the tree's shield so that it is in between you and the dog, because if you are not covered, you instantly die like that guy did. Occasionally ads will spawn. Occasionally there will be those like big like green markers with like the gigantic circle around you. With those you want to try to like get away from everyone else, and like you don't want to be in one yourself. Otherwise you get trapped like that. And if you get like a little string around you, you need like somebody else to come like run through the string to break it, or else you can't like move or do anything. Once one of them is dead, the other one will lose its like damage immunity and everybody can just wail on the other one. Fairly easy peasy. Okay, well, I think this actually is a reference to 8, because I think Diablos here is from Final Fantasy 8. Meddling mortals, arise and taste vengeance, my ravenous kindred. More ads to kill, yippee! See, after we kill the dogs, the sepulchral gargoyles will start to spawn, and they just shoot like big lasers. Kind of annoying. Boops, welcome. If somebody else could get that shout out, even if it's you yourself, Boops. Okay, thank you, How was dispatch? How was stream? How was final day of charity stream? Oh yeah, Splinter, you kind of came at a bad time. Because, hey, if anybody has, any kind of, sensitivity to puking, this next boss is not for you. You may want to mute for a little bit. This match was really good and charity was also good. Hell yeah. Because welcome to Kulafane? This guy is fucking disgusting. You do not want to stand in front of him when he starts casting Corrosive Bile, because it's puke time, baby. So yeah, unfortunately that is a thing. He'll also occasionally create like big like puke piles over there. Don't stand in it or else you take damage over time. When he does flailing tentacles, you want to make sure you're either in front, behind, or to the sides, not at the intercardinals, because otherwise his tentacles come down and slap you. Why both games have vomit in them today? I'm so sorry. Idol of Impurity. A bunch of towers are going to spawn, and they are going to give us stacks of bleed. The more stacks of bleed we have, the more damage we take over time. So we want to kill these towers ASAP to get rid of the bleed stacks, so that we're back to only having one. While also making sure you're not standing in front of the goddamn puke master. Alright, it will now become immune to damage and summon 4 portals on these 4 things. The portals summon ads, kill the ads. And then it'll do a second round of ads as well, while it's still immune to damage. No, sir, not getting out of this chair. Fuck you. Get out of here. Okay, there we go. It's not immune to damage anymore. Pestilence is just a big ol' unavoidable attack of... It's just a fucking everywhere, man. It sucks. I forget, do we want to break these orbs? I have no memory. Anyway, puke time is over. You can come back to this stream now. There's not gonna be any more puke, I promise. Anyway, it's time for the final boss of this first raid. Oh my god, they actually waited for the cutscenes watchers to be, like, ready. It's kind of a fucking miracle. But hey, look, it's what Knuckles is. It's an echidna. Cause that's definitely what they look like, right? You would intrude upon the Queen's very bedchamber. Only agonizing death can cure such temerity. Or whatever the fuck you just said. Why is she so fucking close to me? Who the fuck brought her so close? Because yeah, if you are a distance fighter, you actually don't want to be next to her because she does a bunch of like close range attacks, and if you can avoid the damage, why not avoid the damage? All right, this is a stack marker. Everybody wants to group up to share the damage. But you want to now be basically next to her to avoid that. Danger puddles for days. All right, at certain damage threshold, she will break into pieces, reverting back to her snake lady and 2 snakes. You want to make sure the 2 snakes are fucking separated and don't have this tether between them, because otherwise they will like boost each other. And that is bad. Been looking away a lot, eh, Dev? Yeah, no worries, no worries. The vomit is over, I promise. All right, Sickle Strike, that's another close ranged attack, so you want to kind of get away from her. Or maybe that's the tank buster. I don't remember, man. All right, she's going to summon a couple of ads. Just kill them. I think I was just barely out of range of that attack. Thank God. All right, don't look at her. Don't look at her or else you get petrified. What you doing? What you doing? You're doing danger puddles. Can we kill her before she splits again? Yes, we can! Let's go! Because there are so many times where she'll get to like 1% HP and then split again, which means we can't kill her until we kill like the snake lady and the two snakes again, and it's just it's a nightmare. And so that's why I was like, can we kill her before that happens? Please and thank you. Need any of this stuff, go away. Bugger me, I expected danger, but not a hell-spawned bleeding nightmare made of flesh like that. Didn't stop you and your mates though, did it? That's some crew you got there, no mistake. Hell yeah, you got some treasure! Right then, let's have a look inside that dirty great coffer type thing. Someone tells me it's filled to the brim with booty. Uh-oh. Don't look at me, I never moved a muscle. Hi, Diablos! What in the seven hells is that bastard doing? This way, swiftly now! Can anyone else see the talking cat over there? Oh, bloody hells, this adventure's getting queer by the minute! Still, I'd rather take me chances with the Prowling Puss than stay here. Get your things, mateys, we're leaving! But, what about the loot? You can't spend it when you're dead. Either we follow the furball or make friends with a spell-slinging Voidborn. Your choice. God damn it, how's an honest guy pirate meant to make a living? I take it you really like Diablos, huh, Boops? Is he from 8? Are we surprised? No, okay. No, we're not. Okay, so I guess that's a reference to another Final Fantasy, the fact that Diablos is here. The rest of it, I have no fucking clue. Well, except for what is very clearly Kate She here. Cat She? I forgot how you're supposed to say its name. And I've already played 7. I've already forgotten. Probably not good. The ship's breaking up. Is he trying to bring her down? That's not exactly bringing her down now, is it? Probably fine. The Void Set is attempting to initiate a dimensional displacement, but the gate cannot possibly be large enough for the entire ship. Yeah, it's a big old coffin ship. Queen's coffin! He takes it beyond our reach! Forlona's hat is wild. That was your whole take from the whole scenario? I'm just in a funky, like, black mage outfit. Don't worry about it. Well, there don't seem to be much point in hanging around here. Let's get back to solid ground. Curious cat. Long has it been since my paws have trod aught but those cursed decks? Would that I have made landfall under better circumstances. My poor heart. 'Tis a pity about the looting, no mistake, but at least we made it out in one piece. As the captain so fond of saying, you can't spend it when you're dead. What kind of cat is that anyway? What was it doing on that ship? But yeah, I'm just in a really funky, like, black mage outfit. Because why not? It was a bit touch and go in places, I grant you, but here we all are, and with all of our bits still attached. This calls for a foaming flagon of... Hold on, ain't we missing someone? Didn't I tell you Tata to wait for us here? Never fear. We've been keeping the girl company. But enough about her. Did you see the cannon on that ship? As you know, my dear Leofard, I'm not so easily moved, but the sheer power on display set me all a-quiver. Well, I hope you're content to admire from afar. That vessel ain't for the likes of you and me. Do not presume to measure me by your own limitations. Besides, I believe I've shown how resourceful I can be. Which brings me neatly to the point. You have in your possession a device capable of tracking the ghost ship. Hand it over, or your engineer shall suffer the consequences. Yeah, I imagine that's not even a question. Perfect. A compass pointing just the way to my just reward. A weapon like that belongs in the hands of one with the will to use it. Come, lads, our business here is concluded. I'm sorry, Captain. They caught me off guard. You get a bang on the head or something? The man I know would never give in to scum like her without a fight unless... What did you do to the compass? Me? Not. Besides slipping a link pearl into its case and like... so long as Radelia keeps it close, and you can be damn sure she will, we'll know exactly what them thieving bastards are planning. Anyone care to wager how long it'll take for her to notice me little gift? Jesus, why did you step back so violently, Forlona? What are you doing? That's very clever and all, but how are you proposing to stop her from getting her hands on that derelict and its great big cannon? I ain't worked that part out yet, but I expect it'll start with us keeping a close eye on the Talons. Before we get into any of that, though, I've got some questions that need answering. You wish to know more of the Void Ark? The ghost ship, as you call it. The Void Ark. So that's its proper name. I'd like to hear what you'd care to tell us, Puss. And I, for my part, am curious to hear your stories. Ere we continue, however, I must insist that you address me by my proper name, Cat She. And I will not respond to Puss or Cat, and most decidedly not Furball. If you say so. Just walking on the table. My tale begins long ago in the city of Mhach, which once stood in the lands of Yafame. The sorcerers of Mhach were masters of destructive magics, and they brought that terrible power to bear against Amdapor and Nim in the War of the Magi. Mhach is basically the source of all black magic. That's why I'm doing this raid series as a black mage. Because it fits. The titanic forces they unleashed, however, took a heavy toll upon the land, ultimately resulting in a colossal flood that drowned the realm of Eorzea, a catastrophe which my master, High Void Mage Cessair, was wise enough to foresee. Wait, colossal flood? Are you talking about the Six Umbral Calamity? I suppose you would know it as such. Now, where was I? Yes. When they learned of the fate that awaited them, the Magi began construction of a gargantuan vessel that would bear their people to the skies and to safety. Why does Catchy look like this in this game? I don't know, and I kind of fucking hate it. It's not pleasant to look at. But we're going to have to just deal with it. You really hate it? It's not good. It's not good. The operation of the Void Ark, as the ship came to be called, was entrusted to Cessair. Prior to that, of course, my master had been a prisoner in her own home, confined for her outspoken opposition to the war. So the Void Ark was meant to act as a sanctuary? Then how did it come to be so, I mean, what happened to all the people? Where did all the voicing come from? By what power do you imagine such a massive craft remains aloft? The energy required to raise the Ark was siphoned from over 1,000 otherworldly servants sealed within the vessel. Looks like they've been run through with a stretcher. Yeah! Advances in Mhach sorcery were made for one reason and one reason only: cataclysmic destructive power. The swiftest and most dangerous method of acquiring that power was through the enslavement of void-sent entities. So the creatures on the derelict, they broke free from your master's control? At the very heart of the Ark, the Void Mages had entombed a great ruler of the Void Sent, Skathat? I don't fucking know how to do Celtic names, I'm so sorry. The Shadow Queen. Rolled over by his steam later, and then someone tried to fix them by inflating their head like a balloon. It's not a good design. It's not good. But in order to control so potent a prisoner, a mage of adamant will was required. And being Mhach's preeminent sorcerer, Cessair was deemed best qualified. Were it otherwise, my master might never have been released from her own imprisonment. Yeah, poor Reeve. Look what they did to your boy, Reeve. Yet, even with Cessair's peerless skill, the Shadow Queen could not long be subjugated. One after another, the Lesser Void Set awoke and ran rampant within the ship. In the end, Cessair and the 53 Void Mages aboard the Ark sacrificed their own life energies to return the fiends to their coffins, leaving me, a lowly familiar, to watch over a derelict prison. If I remember me Umbroera's right, the stuff you just described happened more than 1,500 years past, which is a good while by anyone's measure. And since everything seems to have been on board your boat until just recently, I'm thinking something unusual happened to wake the inmates up. Am I warm? One day, the Void Set had taken the shape of a bat and flew into the ship. At first, it was little more than a nuisance that I brushed away, but the longer it remained on the Ark, the stronger it seemed to become. Eventually, I could not contend with its power, and it began shattering seal after seal. Yeah, I know about that. That's Diablos. You have faced this bat-winged fiend before! It would seem, then, that the creature survived the encounter, and that he intends to celebrate his restoration by liberating his queen. So yeah, there is a optional dungeon. I forget which one it is, because there's like 4 or 5 dungeons. I all get like confused, because they all have to do with Mhach or Amdapor, and there's like 2 Amdapor ones. I want to say it's regular, Amdapor Keep, maybe? Because then there's also like hard versions of most of the dungeons, but basically one of them has Diablos as the final boss, and that's the first time you can actually see Diablos, and he has this like little gimmick where he will like summon a bunch of doors that have symbols on them, either red, blue, or green, and then after a bit the symbols will disappear. And when he starts casting his big attack, you have to open 2 doors that had matching symbols so that you can like travel through them and avoid his big attack. And because I've done that, Fernlona actually does recognize Diablos, which is a fun little thing, because it has to take into account of, have you done the dungeon that Diablos is in? Well, that explains that then. Except for one small detail, namely where the Queen's coffin went. After it fell out of the ship's belly, I'm assuming it didn't just disappear, right? You recall the great rift that the Ark's cannon ripped in the sky? That was a void gate. Such a portal opens a temporary path through the void, allowing the ship to travel almost instantaneously from one location to another. The void sent, as you saw, only opened a gate large enough to displace the coffin. As for the coffin's destination, however, that is as much a mystery to me as it is to you. I beseech you, conquerors of the Ark, Help me find the Queen's coffin ere the ward's binding scathats are dispelled. Smells to me like an adventure. And who knows what ancient Mhach treasures we might stumble upon the way. God knows they'll make a nice change from all of the Maligan tombstones we've been collecting. I will help you. I'm not risking me high for the sake of the realm, you understand, but I'll be damned if I let either Rodalia or that bat-winged bastard take the freedom of the skies from me. You only care for how you might be inconvenienced? If the Shadow Queen were to return, it would have dire consequences for this entire star. Buddy, we're promising to help. Doesn't matter our motivations. Count your blessings, Furball. I said we'd help, didn't I? Before we go rushing off and search through that coffin, though, there's preparations to be made. You might as well get back to your usual heroic employment for Luna. I'll let you know when it's time to round up your mates again. Okay, I don't know what the stream looks like. I am realizing that my laptop has connected to the wrong internet for some fucking reason. So I am going to try to change it to the other one, which means stream will die for a split second. I don't know why it connected to the other one. I checked when I started streaming, it was on the good one. Twitch is doing your fucking head in today? Well, this isn't Twitch. This is my laptop grabbing the wrong fucking internet for some unknown reason. So again, stream will die for a split second, but this is intentional on my end. So good luck. Okay, we coming back? We coming back? Are we good? Yeah, I noticed that it was like the kilobytes per second was like red, and I'm just like, why are you red? And then I looked at my internet, I'm just like, why are you on the bad one? Stop that. Okay, but if we're all back, the time is nigh, my dear Talons. Soon we shall seize control of the ghost ship and all of its power, and rule the skies from here to the ends of the world. Well, the Talons are up to no good. I did not mean to do that. Get your goddamn weapon away from Lona. The Weeping City! Sashia appears to be in need of your assistance. Lona, I was just about to fly out to Ishgard to track you down. You remember Kate Shee, that Mhach familiar? We've been working with him to find on a plan to find Diablos in the Queen's coffin. So yeah, remember, when these were like initially released, these were like months apart over the course of several patches. That's why they're always like, okay, you can go off and do whatever, and then whenever you do the next quest, they're like, hey, welcome back! And like give you a recap. It's because when these were first coming out, it was like that. There have been void scent sightings from pirates all over, so we know that bat-winged bugger is hiding someplace in the sky. We just don't know exactly where. Him and OBS looks up how to use Streamlabs. Again, that wasn't OBS. That was my laptop connecting to the wrong internet. And as for going about pinpointing the location, Leoford and the Feline are bickering over just exactly how. But yeah, maybe I should look into how to do Streamlabs. I just don't want to fucking port everything I have in OBS over. My only prayer is that, like, Streamlabs is, like, good enough to be like, hey, are you, like, coming from a different, like, thing? Would you like to import your settings? And I can be like, yes, please. That's where you come in. If you have a moment to spare, if you have a spare moment or two, we could use a third opinion to break the stalemate. Besides all that, Leofard's eager to have another hand to help in the search. So come on over to the Parrock as soon as you're able. You know the way from here, don't you? You do that when you switch from Twitch's streaming service to Streamlabs, so maybe I can only pray. But yeah, this doesn't seem very OSHA compliant, guys. Where's all the guardrails? Has my internet switched back over? It should? If it's still poopy, then damn. Yeah, it is dropping frames, huh? What are you doing? Why do you do this? Now it's back to... Of course, as I start speaking, it, like, drops down again. I don't know what is happening, man. Thanks for coming. The captain and the cat are inside, still having their discussion. Talk to Leoford, will you? Before I strangle the both of them. Like squabbling children, the pair of them. Help Leoford settle this, would you? Ah, Fernluna, a rational mind such as yours is most welcome. Pray, reason with this wind-addled brigand. If you're here to ask about the Queen's coffin, then he'd best turn around and walk straight out again. This aggravating furballs turned my mood sour as a month-old adult milk. Leofard, Ferlona's come all this way to help us. At your request, might I add. She deserves to hear where we stand on the search at least. search is giving me ulcers is what it is. All reports Diablos is lurking somewhere in the heavens, building up his forces, but the skies are vast dome, as high as the ocean is deep. And we've not the pirates to scour every damn floating rock. That's when I tried my luck with Rodlia. You remember her, don't you? Captain of the Talons, blonde hair, one eye, stole her bloody compass. Well, I've been eavesdropping with the link pearl I slipped in Lake Hasten, hoping to catch something useful, but all we've heard from her and her sorry crew is snoring, grumbling, and japes about the Archbishop's holy nethers. In the end, it seems we have no choice but to do this the hard way, but a certain Mulian annoyance refuses to acknowledge the truth of it. You cannot possibly hope to investigate the entire sky with this meager handful of ne'er-do-wells. I find my suggestion to seek aid from your fellow pirate gangs a perfectly reasonable one under the circumstances. Stow it, you mangy alley cat. You've not the faintest idea how the sky pirates operate. Best case scenario, we'd be locked into a deal to hand over any treasure we find. And that's assuming we were laughed out of the room to begin with. You cannot assume that every man and woman shares your base morality. If we but made the attempt, I am sure we could convince some of the few of the nobility of our cause. And so it goes, round and round. Known parts as I do, I find myself siding with the captain on this, but what of you, Fernlona? Any thoughts on the matter? Keep your silence. Yeah, I don't think... Listen. I know he's like, surely we can find some sky pirates that are like, you know, willing to be like noble about this. But I think most of the sky pirates are worse. I actually don't even remember what the answer is, so like, let's try to do it ourselves. See, there even Fernlona agrees with me. Proceed as we have been and try to cover as much of the sky as possible. However we tackle things, though, we've got a long road ahead of us. I'll see if I can think of a better way to shorten it. You might as well head back to your adventures, Fernlona, unless you're willing to lend us your experience in another matter, that is. Tata, our chief engineer, has been mumbling about the Void Ark and cursing under her breath for days. Be might as you can provide some insight into her dilemma. She's conducting her research into the Sea of Clouds, yes? Well, I should rather discuss the properties of the Void Ark than continue with this fruitless debate. I shall see you down there, Fernlona. Okay, it does have an import tool, but not sure how much it will transfer over. Things to think about. Oh, you're like outside. Okay, ma'am. All right, where the hell are you? God, why are you so far away? I don't like this map, it's too big. It's pretty, but it's massive, with not good teleport points. Utata, where the hell are ya? For word on Diablos, I've been spending my time learning to pilot the Red Bill's little airships. Thankfully, it seems I have mastered enough of the basics to manage this little jaunt. Mayhap I can make contact with some other pirates without leaving for its mediation. But let's first address Mr. Zutata's woes, shall we? You good there? Friend Lona is something of a crafter. If you need help, she can maybe help. Just don't stare at that cat for too long. Don't stop staring at the cat. Stop staring at the hellspawn. What troubles you, Mr. Sutata? We were told that some matter regarding the Void Ark was causing you no measure of grief. Froze on the cat for you, oh no. Mr. Sutata, what are you... Just walk away, Friend Lona. Just walk away. I feel much better now. My apologies, Catchy. You had the misfortune to enter my field of view just as I felt the intense desire to squeeze something warm and fuzzy. This damnable ecto compass. I made another one, you see, identical in all respects to the first compass that Redalia stole. But look, it points in a completely different direction to where the Void Ark should currently be. I don't understand what I did wrong. I used the same plans, the same parts. I can imagine that would be infuriating. And you are certain there are no flaws in the design of the materials. Positive. I've tweaked and adjusted and replaced every single piece, but it refuses to function as intended. I'm on the verge of tossing the blasted thing over the edge. What do you make of this, Verlona? Something may have happened to the Void Ark. I don't think it's broken. Yeah, the slow pan to be able to get up to Verlona's face is very good. Listen, she comes up to, like, the thigh. Utada's very small. Yes, the cause may indeed lay outside the compass itself. We must consider this dilemma from a broader perspective. Might you explain to us the principle by which the ecto compass tracks the Void Ark? It all comes down to the etheric signature. I discovered that the Void Ark is encompassed by an energy of rather peculiar composition, so I simply tuned the compass to follow its unique trail. An energy of peculiar composition, you say? Yeah, she's like 6 feet taller than these people, yeah. As I mentioned during the chill stream, I have changed her height ever so slightly from wherever it was when I, like, last streamed it. She is now 7'10". Of course! The Void Ark was propelled by the siphon energies of Void Scent. Could it be that the compass was tracking not the vessel itself, but rather the aether of the entities imprisoned within? That would certainly explain why the compass now points in a different direction than one would expect. After all, Diablos and the Shadow Queen are no longer on board the Ark. Are you implying that if we plotted a course based on the readings from the ecto compass, we would arrive on the demon's doorstep? So to speak? Just so, Mr. Sutata. Assuming my theory is correct, we no longer require outside assistance to pursue our elusive quarry. Yeah, big lady. Anastasia, what perfect timing! You won't believe the wonderful discovery we've just... Talon airships have been spotted en route to our nest. If it's revenge they're looking for, we'd best head back and make ready for them. Are you going to teleport me there, or are you going to make me fucking fly back? Thank you for teleporting me. I'm glad you're here, Filona. I don't think they're spoiling for a fight. But I don't think they're spoiling for a fight. Well, we made it, thank the gods. I don't like this, Filona. Why do the Talons come here without their captain? Where's Rodlia? It would not appear that these pirates have come with murder and pillage in mind. Quite the opposite, in fact. They seem rather bedraggled and beaten. Truce, Red Bill. We need your help to save Captain Rodlia. You're one of the Rodlia's favorites. Defend my crew, steal their compass, and now you've come crawling to me for help? What kind of unholy mess have you created and stumbled into? We took your damn compass, but it didn't show us to the ghost ship. We ended up at some moldy old ruins, lousy with void set. Before we knew it, some sort of spider demon was knocking our ships out of the sky. The two of us managed to pull away, but we saw what happened to them as we got on the ground. The captain survived the massacre. She's stuck there with no wings to fly out again. Why don't you give that link pearl a listen, Captain? Might be as well we can learn if Rodley is alive or dead, at least. So much buzzing. Can't hear her blasted. Wait, I'm getting some words. They're after Mhach artifact. Damn demons are searching. Hide? And then a bunch of screaming. Seems like Rodley is still kicking for now, but who knows for how long. If the screams were an act, then consider me fooled. I don't think the Talons are laying a trap here. I have a mind to leave Rodlia to her fate, but I never turn my back on an adventure, especially when the center treasure's in the air, eh? Now, tell me where you found these ruins. You'll help us then. You're a good man, Red Bill. We left the captain in the Yafim Saltmoor, just northwest of Mordona. In Yafim, you say? Then you must speak of the ruined shell of Mhach itself. By Shatoto's Black Heart, could they be after the Nullstone? The what? What's that, Puss? You think you know what those fiends are after? Right, they taught to see that these Talons are patched up, then have the... Rye Millie? Ready to fly, and don't spare the oil. You know I love to hear her purr. Ramona, Stasia, bring the furball to my quarters and we'll have ourselves a chat about our impending trip to old Mhach. When Leopold asked me to pay special attention to his airship, that's a sign he's fully committed to his next adventure. He had the same spark right before he left aboard the Void Ark. You're wondering why he named his ship that? I never gave it much thought, but I'd wager it was the name of his first love. Or maybe it was a pet. Or maybe whoever's in the portrait in his cabin. It is a nice little space here. It's just very not OSHA compliant. There are no guardrails anywhere. You know, we've never been friendly with the Talons, but that don't mean we can just sit back and let them be torn to shreds by a cackling void set. I never imagined Diablos would seek to enter the old city, but I should have suspected as much when we learned that the floodwaters had receded and left the fame exposed. Right, Furball, let's hear about this artifact Diablos is looking for. If I am to speak of the Nullstone, then I first must explain the method of which Mhach sorcerers would bind the Void Sentu into service. Fucking his feet going nuts. The more powerful the void scent, the more difficult it is to manifest its presence in this world. Their own immense strength weighs them down like an anchor, you see, preventing them from breaking the surface of our dimension. And that is why they cooperate with mortal sorcerers. A mage can provide a suitable vessel for the summoning, or rip a large enough hole in the fabric of reality for the entity itself to seep through. And let me guess, the mage forces the void scent to agree to a pact in return for the invitation into our world? That is correct, but it would be foolhardy to expect such devious and malevolent creatures to abide by the spirit of even the most carefully worded contract. Thus did the Mhach construct an occult device which would more securely bind the void scent to their will, a safeguard of sorts, that to the best of my knowledge yet lies entombed within the remnants of the ancient city. The no stone was seen as a last resort. Should a void scent break its pact and turn on its summoner, the mage could use the relic to disperse the very essence of even the most potent entity, obliterating it completely. Can't see the royals of the void taking too kindly to a threat like that. Seems the sorcerers were just as ruthless as the monsters they summoned. When it came to the glory of Mhach, the ends justified the means. In any event, we can be certain that Diablo seeks to secure the Nullstone before it falls into mortal hands, and thereby ensure that Scathach will reign unopposed. Alright, so we know what the fiends are after. But what I don't understand is why such a valuable relic was left behind when the mages knew a colossal flood was on the way. Its value was the very reason they chose to not risk its relocation. The Nullstone is kept within a structure constructed for the purpose. The Nullstone is kept within a structure constructed for the purpose, secured behind powerful wards and protected by deadly guardians. And with the rising of the waters, they reasoned the artifact would be sunk along with the city, far beyond the reach of vengeful void scent. But now that Yaphim is more swamp than sea, the demons only have wards and guardians to deal with. And I doubt they'd be wasting their time down there in the mud if they didn't have some trick to break through the wards. This has become a race to see who can nab the treasure first, which is just the sort of contest a sky pirate lives for. So we slip into the ruins, pinch the relic, then rescue Rodlia from right under the fiend's noses. Well, I suppose we could save her while we're poking around for loot. I'll grab the new compass from Mutata so we know where we're going. Check your weapons, pack your small clothes, and meet me out by the landing when you're ready to fly. So all we need to do is rescue Captain Rodlia from a mob of nasty void scent, then retrieve a dangerous artifact from the magically defended ruins of an ancient civilization. Easy, eh? I do that for breakfast. It's easy. I shall join you in this endeavor to recover the Nullstone, though after 1,500 years, I wonder what remains of the city I once knew. We'll fly directly to Yaphim from here. Once we arrive, you forge ahead with your band of adventurers as you did on the Ark, Filona. Just keep slicing the depths until you reach that Nullstone. We don't want to risk getting knocked out out of the sky like the Talon, so we best land a little ways out from the ruins and head on in on foot. The Furball says he knows the place well enough to guide you, so me and the Red Bills will follow behind on rescue duty. You'll concentrate on smashing a path through to the artifact. We'll check the nooks and crannies for Rodley and our crew. Don't let your guard down once you reach the ruins, though, eh? There's likely golems and such in there that are worse than the fiends outside, and we wouldn't want our hero losing her head now, would we? The weeping city of Mhach is now accessible. Let me do that just to get the thing going. Deep in the Yaphim Saltmoor lies the ruins of the fabled city of Mhach, a civilization of the 5th Astral Era whose prosperity was built upon unparalleled magics of destruction. It is to this ancient edifice and its vault of occult secrets that you and the Red Bills plan your next foray. You expect to encounter Void Scent, the same terrible beings that grounded Rodley and her crew, but on your path to retrieve a relic of incalculable power, can you prevail over the unfettered miseries of the Weeping City itself? Once again, I am unsure what to do while we wait, so again, let's go look at houses as I yap. And maybe, you know, again, answer questions and stuff. Nope, that's not where I want to go. Get me the fuck out. Get me the fuck out. Nope, 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 nope. Send me back to the plaza. So that I can maybe, you know, not be stupid this time. Okay, yeah, because I'm reading dialogue, I'm probably going slower than those people that were, at, like, a bunch of the steps with me. So I'm probably, like, missing, like, rounds of it. Because, like, if you notice there are other people, like, doing a quest, like, with you, and you know there's going to be, like, duties to do, you can absolutely, like, try to time it so that you're, like, getting to the actual, like, queue wait times with them, so that there's more people, like, to do it with. And I think I'm going slower than those other people. This is cute. I like whatever the hell housing item this is. Then you have like another nook up there. And I suppose this is under construction. A lot of people know how to have fun with their houses. I just have no interest in, like, trying to go through the, like, bidding hell of trying to get a new plot. Because it takes for the fucking ever. And you gotta be lucky. And to me, it's just not worth it. Verlona doesn't need a permanent house. Little shoe rack. Listen, she travels around too much. She doesn't really need a house. She just has like a permanent like in-room at places that she like frequents. That's like close enough. Love that the housing market also sucks in Fantasyland. Yep, especially because it's like bids. It's bidding. Children of the land, do you hear? Kind of. It's also like roulette, kind of. You just have to pay a certain amount to even like place a bid on, and then after the time is done, it randomly picks somebody from that list. Nice little library with the secret door. And then, like, arcades. Oh, we got, like, a little, like, theater. I'm assuming that's supposed to be a bar. And then, yeah, a bunch of, like, gold saucer games. One soul's cry, a passion welling within. This person really likes wisteria? I think that's the tree. Oh, that's a Rogan and Chocobo for fucking sure. That is huge. Hi, hello. People that place their retainers outside are so weird. Like, what are you doing? Yeah, I was going to say, how do I enter first person? Because this is a very cramped space. Yep, more fucking stripper poles. Nearly every single house has one of these. It's kind of crazy. Do you not have enough? I guess you don't. Yeah. It is a very nice set. It's a very nice theater and stripper pole. It's just every fucking house has one. We can go up here somehow. Really like that person's house? Yeah, no, it was a good one. Some people get really creative with their houses. And like, these yellow ones, for example, are like closed. You like can't enter them unless you like have permission. So that's why I'm always going to like the blue houses, because I'm like, hey, these houses are ones that people have just left alone. And they're like, visitors welcome. Got a nice little fire pit. Giant shark. Don't have custom music, which makes me think this is probably a work in progress. Although they have some basic stuff. Nice little place in front of the fire set. They're going to have a little nook up here. That sure is a cake. And then there's all the retainers. Oh, I didn't even notice the fucking marble door. Marlboro, whatever the hell you want to call it. More wisteria, the little, like, chocobo chick fountain. Couple of striking dummies. Little garden. Oh, that's, like, cozy. Fucking tea kettle's going nuts, though. Holy shit. With the monster hunter, like, roasts. I have the little astronomer deck. Very cozy, although Moogle cushion's a little funny. Why does everybody have this shark? What is this shark and why does everyone have one? Big ass Bahamut thing in front of the fireplace, a pool table. Big ass burger. It's nice, it's nice. All the hot elves, a library, a little study that doesn't have a chair. That's fine. And I have no idea what the hell this room is. Bathroom? I'm gonna assume bathroom. And yeah, generally the houses that are like really big like this are like free company houses. I can't look at them for some reason in New Game Plus. Why? Why is that a thing I can't do in New Game Plus? Hello? Little bathhouse. More wisteria trees. And then trees with lights on them. That's a fucking dummy. What the hell? Insane. I like never see the training dummies that aren't like, you know, like these ones that are actually like wood. So this one looking like an actual like thing is just like a, I don't think I've ever seen that before. Namazu's running the check-in area. No idea what that is. Almost looked like a game. Nice kitchen. With lots of bread. That's a lot of loaves of bread. Holy shit. Shark plush. And then a big library. Dog. Dog. Like a meeting table. Along with a sauna, little like cooking station, and another hot spring. Yeah, dog. I know them! I know them! They're my friends! That's Hildebrand and Nashu. Big tome storage. And then bathroom, which is presumably it's still under construction. What the fuck is in here? Why is... Why is there a bunch of Fall Guy stuff? Table like chairs like that on Tatami Mats is a sin, kind of. Hey, Demon Queen, how's it going? We're going to the Weeping City of Mhach, sometimes also known as the Wiping City of Mhach, because boy howdy does this place have mechanics. Well, there's the crash of Bradley's crew, I guess. For anybody just new, the little picture of Haku there is to hide the chat so I can look at it. But you guys don't see it, just in case. I moved at the last second. I fucked up my sled cast. Yeah, the kitty sensor bar. Just came in to say hi. Yeah, no worries. Thanks for saying hi. What? the crocodiles. Sleepy, gotta go. Yeah, go get sleeps. Go take care of yourself. Thanks for stopping in. Then we have a bunch of spiders. Kill the spiders. Don't stand too close to them because they like to explode into a bunch of poison. My dear Fame, what a wretched Morrison has become. Do you spy that wreckage up ahead? Could it be one of the talents-down vessels? Sure is. There were more of you blood-filled morsels. How well I will sup this day. So yeah, welcome to, Arachne? I don't know how you say this goddamn thing's name. But yeah, you don't really want to be behind her because she likes to do, like, attacks behind her like that. You want to be more to the sides. She will occasionally spit out spider webs like that are targeted at very specific players. If you stand in one, you are slowed. Then she will tunnel underground, and you need to just avoid the, like, cascading rings. And then also get away from the proximity marker. Fucking get away from the, like, sludge people again. And if you didn't get got, free anybody who didn't get caught by the, like, sludge strings. Nasty little insects, you will not scurry so within my web. For this part, she will create a web and launch us all upwards. Ah, that's strong enough, it must feed on more flesh. If you were up here, you need to destroy the, like, aether balls. And also, if there's ones that you can't attack, like that one over there, you need to run into it before it reaches her. Because the more little balls that reach her, the more damage her big attack will do. If you kill the spider, you can fall down below and try to destroy the web. And that's what I'm doing. Although if you fall down here, somebody eventually will get targeted to get pulled back up. Like that person, and so you want to stay away from them because you can also get pulled up. And there we go. Fucking for real, you guys? I hate you so much. But thank you for freeing me. There we go. Again, get away from the proximity. Okay, is this the one? So again, she will target some people with the webs. This is, I think, the round where the webs are actually good? Or is that in a bit? No, that's in a bit. This is a stack marker. Oh, it. Frightened, my precious prey. Gazing into my eyes, no true terror. Again, that's a look away. Even if it means you have to stop doing damage, don't fucking look at her. Alright, good, good. Now if you get targeted by these, you actually want to stay close to the edge. Why did you all run to me? Because now you actually want to be on the web, because if you're not on one, you will slowly get sucked into the middle. And being in the middle is a no-no. Other than that, I think we've seen everything. Weevils and maggots, I shall spin another web! My ley lines! But yeah, we don't need to do the whole web thing anymore. We can just focus on killing her. Why must you wriggle so? You've ruined another web! What manner of prey bites back? I must warn Lord Forgal. Is this not a tributary of the White Maidens? We should come down upon Mhach if we follow it downstream. Ow. Well, I am not terribly fond of water. Yeah, I imagine you're not, Keiichi, given how you're some kind of cat homunculus. More ads, just kill them. Nothing super special about them. Other than the fact that there's black mages over here. Black mage fight! Black mage fight! Kill them! Get rid of the ghosts as well, they're also bad. The way through. Wait for that permeable structure, but where the void sent, the air is thick with their otherworldly stench. Wait, if you look up at the pyramid, you can see a certain somebody up there. But we don't have time to worry about that yet. We need to worry about this guy. Forgal. The guy that, if anyone's gonna give this place the name Wiping City of Mhach, it can very easily be this guy. Ah, some of you survived. How convenient. I'm in need of fresh souls to shatter the ward. Even empty husks have their uses. See how they jerk and dance at my command? How they what? So yeah, he's gonna summon a bunch of zombies of like dead Talon people, kill them, free them from their misery, while also avoiding the doo-doo puddle. I have my ley lines here. Fuck you, sir. Stop making me move out of my ley lines. So yeah, he's gonna bring out a bunch of puddles. If you stand on one of them, you get bleed, but you stop them from exploding and hurting everybody else worse. Pitiful lives will be mine in due time, but first you'll be punished for your insolence. Solitude weakens the spirit and warps the flesh. Stray from the pack at your peril. If you have a little triangle, you want to stack with other people who have a triangle, or else you turn into a frog, or explode, or both. He's going to re-summon the zombies, so you gotta stay clear of them. He's also going to then sacrifice the zombies to make more void scent. How tiresome. I had thought to spare my energies for the ward. But if you insist on gripping life so very tightly. So yeah, we need to kill these things before he is done charging his thing. You generally want to kill the succubus first, because the succubus is the most annoying. Again, he's going to do his weird little bleed puddle thing. And then there's also a petrify. It's kind of just a mess. Embrace your fate. By my Stygian light be your doom revealed. My lord warned me of that mortals of how that might interfere. You are no threat to me. I reign in the court in the void. Now you actually do want to stand in a doodle puddle, but you want to make sure you only stand in one. This is because if you stand in a doodle pile, you will get the debuff, like gradual zombification, which technically means you are undead, which means that his next spell, Megadeth, won't kill you like it did to basically everyone in my party. Holy shit. I was the only DPS that knew what to do. And now, other than that, it's just a bunch of danger puddles and stuff. Don't stand in them. Do, however, stand near an exploding orb, because it'll turn into a doo-doo pile, because he's going to cast Megadeth again. And again, you want to be in exactly one puddle. How sweet the rancid breeze of the underhells. Its sweet winds will strip you to bone. Then this is just a panic heal check for the healers. Hey, how fast can you heal up your people? And Doritos and the bleed puddles again that you need to cover. It's kind of chaos. It's kind of chaos. Again, share your Doritos if you have them, or else you explode. After so long I am arisen, I shall not be buried here. Alright, now we are inside the pyramid. Whoopee! Ah, the wonders of the Mhach architecture. 15 centuries and a flood later, and it still stands. Good for us that it does. Alright, this part. Generally, Alliance A will hang out over here on this circle, B will hang out on this circle, while C goes to this circle. And while we can attack the big structure thing, we want to make sure we stay on this side, because eventually... Ow! Who the fuck? Because we want to kill the void fire and a wall will come up and prevent you from being on this side. And then we want to kill the other ad too. And then we're good. We can just go in. Ideally, the tank should be facing the other way so the big lasers don't attack everyone, but here we are. And now you want to be in the circle so that you are in the shield, because this thing is going to start casting a very big spell that hurts very hard if you're not in the shield. Man, I hate when I explode because you forgot to eat your Doritos. Listen, this game will make you say some weird-ass fucking sentences. It's great. Again, ideally the tank should be fucking behind the headstone so that the big lasers don't hit everyone, but this tank, though, fucking refuses to move. No, wait, let's see. If I put down way markers, will people actually fucking follow this thing? Barring our way is a terrible spear that has devoured entire cities. We must prove to be the stronger if we are to reach the Null Stone. Guess what time it is? It's time for Ozma! Make sure you don't walk off the ledge like that person did, because you can and will fall off. We go. So what Ozma does depends on its shape. In its circle form, we don't have to worry too much. Although we do want to make sure whoever is marked puts your little thingy either on the 3 or where your like alliance letter is. Then he'll change shapes. If he changes into a cube, we want to get in really close. But then we also want to stay away from the tank. Because Ozma will shoot a giant laser at whoever is the tank. We also want to make sure you run into the orbs, or else they explode for worse. You'll then turn into an orb again and cast a black hole. There's nothing we can do about black hole other than just let ourselves get sucked. Goodbye! Whee! Now, anybody who is a ranged fighter wants to stand on your button so that you can allow the other alliances to attack whatever their echo is. So like we have the pink button. As long as we have enough people on the pink button, Alliance A can attack their thing, and so on and so forth. So just kill your little ads, and then we can move on. And then we have to go kill the Ozma Shade. Also making sure to not look at him every now and then. Or else you assimilate, and that's bad. After you kill it, you can come into the portal that it creates. Yeah, let ourselves get sucked. And then we fight Ozma itself again. It'll change to a shape. It is a triangle. You want to get off of your cylinder and onto one of the rings, or else big laser and poison. You then actually want to stay stacked with whoever is farthest back. But I guess that part is fine. That's okay, sure. Now there are 2 drops. You want to, again, try to like put them either in the back and then on like your color-coded other one. And I think we have seen everything that Ozma can do. Now it's just a matter of beating them up. That is triangle. That is get off. All right. Well, this is fine. Alright, we now have acceleration bomb, which means I need to fucking shield my weapon and not do anything or else I explode. And I explode very bad. This is the longest Ozma's kind of been alive for. Why isn't he dying? Thank you. And then we have whatever the fuck this thing is. Weird hair girl with feet. Again, I can't believe people are actually being patient and waiting for cutscene watchers. It's a miracle. People don't normally do that. I guess we're going. Know your slayer, intruders. I am Kalos Fisteri, and by the blood of the Voidson have I ascended to the sublime. Behold my magnificent mane, these curls that can cut and roots that drain. I need to move over here, because whatever side of hair turns into a big blade, she will attack that half of the arena. You also don't want to be in that danger puddle because she has planted a seed, and if you stand there, you get caught in a trap. And if nobody frees you from the trap, you die. Alright, now there's gonna be a bunch of, like, just fucking everything. You want to kill all the orbs. If you're one of the person that has the weird, like, arrows, like, coming after you, you need to keep moving like these people, because that means trailing danger puddles are going to be coming after you. You also ideally want to be moving along a path that means that your trailing danger puddles don't hit you. Have I ever witnessed such carved perfection? The edges of my tresses are sharper than swords! Why do you still yet stand? I have supped upon the void. What godly power swims in your veins? What? Fucking get to the other side! Where are we going? So she's now gonna make a bunch of plants. The round ones have circle AoEs, while the axe has a donut. So you want to basically find the axe and go hang out with it. Dare face the hail of my unleashed glory, or turn your back and rest the sting of my rejection. So you want to face away from her when she says that, so that you get knocked away as opposed to getting pulled to the center like everyone else did. Yep, I didn't make it out of that in time. We're fine. It's fine. I forgot about the charge. I was too busy explaining the other mechanics. Oh yeah, she summoned more plants, but it's fine. Listen, I'm a black mage. I'm not getting out of my chair. Get away from me. And there we go. Yeah, we did it. The Weeping City of Mhach complete. I don't want to do this stuff. Goodbye. So, this is the heart of the ruins, eh? You've done a fine job dismantling the defenses for Lona. I only wish we could say we had the same success, but Rodley and her talons are nowhere to be found. Yes, it is quite distressing, but we must focus on claiming the prize at hand. The no stone is ours. What the snot bubble? You've left me such an inviting trail of destruction to follow. I'm assuming this is Diablos? Nope, this is the fucking Clown Man. Well, if it isn't the adventure I've so longed to dismember. Praise Lord Diablos for this opportunity. I shall gift him your head in gratitude. Speaking of gifts, I brought a present to celebrate our gleeful reunion. So yeah, much like Diablos and how he's the boss of a certain optional dungeon, Ferdiad here is also the boss of a optional dungeon, and if you've done it before you do this, he will recognize you, as is happening. This is the lovely lass you've been all so desperately seeking, isn't it? Unless you wish to see her rent limb from limb, then you will hand over the no stone. Do we care about her? I guess we do. Or maybe we don't. You think I care for her worthless limbs? That woman's done naught but cause us grief, and I just thought to crow over her grave. Don't give me that look, Rodlia. What, you thought I was here to save your sorry hide? You've never been aught but an obstacle to me. Do you remember the first time we met? You were roaring with laughter at the sight of all them elegant relics until I used your pretty blonde head as a stepping stone. Damn you, you selfish bastard! And damn me for expecting you to act any different! If I had my weapons, I'd blow a bloody hole in your belly! Have you forgotten how awful a shot you are? Not much of a threat when I've seen you miss the side of a cathedral at 10 yalms. Yalms is about a yard, by the way. Silence, you grinning fool! You've ruined my moment, and now I'll ruin your smirking face! Now, puss! What? It burns! This world is not your stage, unholy harlequin! Be gone from our realm! Good, clever farce, mortals, but the show is not over. Not until you scream! Well, you kind of screamed. Does that count? The bugger got away, and I think we best do the same. The bat! Now that was some excitement, wasn't it, for Lona? Probably a little too much for Rodlia, but we gave her a bed to sleep off the worst of her ordeal. She'll likely be back to her usual self and her usual cheerful self in no time. Quite a successful jaunt, old toad. You and me, we make a pretty good partnership. but I've got words for you, furball. You said that relic would obliterate a void scent completely. Seems to me that Fosh's fiend just got scorched before he slipped away. Oh, that was scarcely a fraction of the Nullstone's true power. Once I have learned how to unleash its full potential, such demons shall be consumed like gnats caught in a bonfire. So you're telling me your secret weapon ain't ready for battle? You might as well be wielding a blunted sword. I didn't remind you that this blunted sword stung our foe sufficiently to free the pilot lady? As a result we could not have achieved with your blustering words alone. I was ready to flee without Rodley if things took a turn for the worse. But you're right. You had the presence of mind to take advantage of my bluff. And it was your actions that saved her in the end. I think that was a thank you. Did the captain receive a blow to the head while we were in Mhach? I could have sworn he just paid me a compliment. It all worked out in the end, but I've had just enough of Leoford's folly. I must have said that about 100 times by now. Freedom for our skies. Leoford wishes for you to join him in his questioning of Rodlia. We might be waiting a while before Rodlia finally decides to wake up. But not so long as you've got time to flit away on some other adventure. Come join me in my quarters and we can ask her a few questions as soon as she's ready to talk. If you say so. I'm here. Why do you want me to actually fucking talk to you? Nice map you have, though. I love this, like, old, like... I don't know what art style this is, but, like, old, like, maps where they, like, were all, like, drawn like this. Usually nautical maps. I inhaled wrong and started choking. Don't you love how bodies can just work? Hello there, Fernlona. Might as well make yourself comfortable while we wait on Rodlia. Besides, after fighting through the ruins, I'm pretty sure you can use a rest. Yeah, bodies are so good and great and 100% functional all the time. Where's the rest of my crew? Surely there were other survivors. Do you count the ones that got turned into zombies like 3 times? Tell me, Rodlia, what drove you to risk exploring old Mhach? The compass sent you there, aye, but you were after the Void Ark. You knew something, didn't you? I found a book. We were looting these strange ruins in the Sea of Clouds, and one of the lads dug up a tome. It had passages that described the Void Ark and a powerful relic called the Nullstone. A tome scribed by a Mhach sorcerer, mayhap. Captain, would you happen to know the author of this work? Hey, Nolly. Welcome, welcome. The words are muddled by obscure magics, and 1,500 years have faded its pages. There's much that remains illegible, but what little my darling cutthroats and I could decipher suggested that it was written by a mage of some exceptional status. See for yourself. If what the book says is true, the Ark is a source of immeasurable power. With that ship under my command and the mysteries of Mhach in my possession, I had thought to crown myself Queen of the Skies. And look how well that turned out. What matter of sky pirate? What matter of queen? Can't even keep her own crew alive! Rightly, has it not? Would I be correct in assuming that you seek revenge against the Voisin who slaughtered your comrades? Of course I want revenge! That hellspawn shite gobbler killed my crew! If he were here right now, I'd gouge his eyes out and choke him to death with my bare bloody hands! You're not alone in your desire to bring an end to these abominations, Captain. Would you not join us in our endeavor to secure peace for the skies? Would you not join the Talon's strength to ours? What strength? The way things are right now, I doubt I could keep the peace of keep in a monastery. This is not to do with personal grudges either. I just don't have the men. All my best fighters died in the ruins, and the dregs that are left are scars sharp enough to be called talons. Insulting your own men like that, huh? Did you leave your spine back in them ruins, Rodlia? You've had your wings clipped, and no mistake, but that's no reason to give up the life. I thought we rescued a sky pirate, not some cur that tears its tail when her pack ain't there to bite for her. I know what you're trying to do, Red Bill, but I've lost my taste for glory. You can have the cursed book. Just be sure to make that bastard pay. Hey, Furball, how quickly do you think you can decipher that radio tone? I need to figure out exactly how your relic works. You sent one fiend squealing in fear, but that ain't enough. From what you told me, we need to aim for some of that obliteration if we're going to take on the Shadow Queen. The rest of you, put everything you've got into what you do best, be that research or blade work. Overdoing it is just, overdoing it is just doing it just right, if you catch my meaning. Took me a second to decipher what that line was even saying, Jesus. I'll decorate my walls with voice-lit hens if I have to. This guy should belong to no one. Hi, Diablos. How you doing? The Nullstone hath fallen into mortal hands. 1,000 apologies, my Lord Diablos. I shall personally wring each and every one of their scrawny necks. The time for skulking in shadows hath ended. I am grown weary of these meddling vermin. power of the Shadow Queen waxeth full. Soon mine ardent desire shall pass down from dream into dark reality. Well, Diablos is up to things, but of course he was. Where shadows reign. Stasia has been searching for you at Cat Shee's behest. Perlona, Cat Shee just sent me out to find you. You have a proper knack for showing up at just the right time, you know that? Anyway, Cat Shee cracked open that tome that we got from Rodlia, and has been studying all the Millstone secrets. He thinks he may be onto something important. Not just concerning Diablos and the Shadow Queen, but also the cat himself. Come on back to Leperrock and we can hear all what he has to say together. Do you not have a faster way to get over there? I mean, I guess it's not that long. Just very precarious. Cat Shee has the darkest look on his face. Also, how'd you beat me here? Thanks for coming. Now let's ask Cat Shee what this is all about. Thanks to winds, you're here at last. The furball refused to share until you arrived. As I suspected, this tome was penned by a Mhach sorcerer of superior standing. As well as detailing the methods by which the full power of the Nullstone might be unleashed, its pages also contain a number of revelations concerning my master, High Void Mage Cessair. If these histories are to be trusted, then it seems that Cessair herself was responsible for summoning the Diablos. But I thought you said your master was opposed to supporting the war effort. Why would she be the one to call up that bat-winged monster? Cessair only agreed to do the ritual as a means to bring the conflict to an early resolution. From what I can glean from these passages, Diablos was intended as a bluff, a threat that was never to be exercised. But those arrogant imbeciles ignored my master's carefully laid restrictions and elected to unleash the fiend upon Amdapor. It was when Cessair moved to protest the fact that she was branded a traitor and imprisoned. I like him clearly trying to do an angry fist, but he doesn't fucking have fingers because he's a cat. And so it was just his paw shaking. Once they had contained the opposition, the Void Mages studied all manner of otherworldly arts of the talent feat of their new pet. The most dangerous of which was the rite for summoning Scathach, and the method for chaining her power. Yeah, weird noodle cat flailing their limbs around. Yet, even after all they had perpetrated, these ambitious fools had the gall to come crawling to Cessair when the coming of the Great Floods was predicted. They begged her to take control of the Void Ark for the salvation of the Mhach people. As you saw for yourself, however, the energy of the Shadow Queen broke loose and turned the vessel into a derelict nest of void scent. It seemed obvious now that the odds started by Diablos were deliberately flawed. The only saving grace in all this madness was when that damnable fiend was sealed away by the white mages of Amdapor. I shudder to think what would have happened had he been reunited with his queen. This card would bother you no matter what, but the fact that this is supposed to be Cat Shee makes it bother you even more. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the weird part too is that, like, it's clearly supposed to be Cat Shee, but it's also like, it has nothing to do with the Cat Shee of 7. It's just borrowing the design and altering it and for the worse. So now, 1,500 years later, Diablos is looking to finish what he started. I thought the bat-faced bastard was just some opportunistic underling, but it turns out he's the main villain behind this whole mess. Dramatic face. Were Sarah alive today, she would accept responsibility for unleashing Diablos upon the world. As the Void Mage's familiar, it is my duty to act in her stead. I have deciphered the secrets of the Nullstone, and with its undiluted power, shall I erase Diablos from existence. Like your spirit, puss. But try not to rush in too quickly, eh? Getting yourself killed won't do us, or your master, any good. Wait. No one's rushing in anywhere just yet, or have you forgotten that we're still in the middle of scouting out the Fiend's lair? We've got the compass to go by eye, but who knows what kind of place it'll lead us to, or how many demons will be lying in wait when we get there. We fly in with our eyes open, or risk getting slaughtered just like the Talons. Oh yes, speaking of which, the tome made mention of a potential location for... Hello? Knock knock? Who's exploding? Uh-oh. I have an idea, kaboom! Hey, Gerald! Game sure has a lot of talking parts. Well, yeah. It's a JRPG that has been turned into an MMO. Of course there's going to be a lot of talking. Leofard! But hey, you two, how's it going? He's behind you. Curse you, fiend! At last, at long last.
Boom!
This is far from over, demon. We will not allow an abomination like the Shadow Queen to rule this world. Hey man, what you got there? Then thou knowest not of ruling. It is might which decideth the minion. But believe what thou mayest, frail creature, your playthings. Your screams of denial shall amuse me as I send this rocket all upon it to shatter upon the ground below. Diablos, what happened between FF8 and now? What's going on? He got enslaved, tricked those who enslaved him into learning faulty magic, and is trying to summon his queen? I could be his queen! I mean... No, he had it right the first time. Person who likes more action than wait NPCs have their convos. That's fair. JRPGs are probably not your thing then. Especially more modern ones. Don't even got junk, but you'd hit it. Got a mouth, Dodie. I mean, yeah. I don't know how close you can get to it given his fucking horns and chin. Gods, is that Rodlia? Where's she been hiding that ship? I mean, there's also his nose. His nose is also kind of a problem. That's a challenge that we're willing to accept. I will not tire my arm with the swatting of so many flies. No stone is mine, and there is yet much to be done. Millstone, is that the little thing you got there? Yeah, it's the little staff thing with the cube. That's lame, sir. Bullies him. How's it that there's still so many talons? I thought they were massacred at Mhach. I ain't a healer, but I'd say you've broken your arm, a couple of ribs, and bruised half your innards. You need to get you some splints and bandages. The loss of the millstone is on my head, and I shall see that we win it back. Would you look at that sorry excuse for a sky pirate? I knew Red Bill and his ragtag crew couldn't be trusted with saving the skies. Well, you seem to have found your spark again. Consider our debt to you repaid. Of course, that's what this is about. Haven't played the FF game since 10. Played 15 through, but that's your only experience. I see. Well, ain't I a lucky sod? 2 demons in one day. Found some new dogs to lick your boots, Rodlia. Is that any way to welcome me back to the life? You needed allies and persuaded our reluctant fellows to join in common purpose is a feat that only a woman of my charming beauty could accomplish. You know FF9 is your fave? True, you have done through 9 a whole lot. That's why I also mentioned, like, more modern JRPGs. Because they have a lot of fucking talking. Older JRPGs also had talking, but not nearly as much as they do nowadays. Holy fucking shit. I mean, not just Final Fantasies. I mean, look at the Ichiban games and how slow their starts are. There's so much talking. And besides, you look too injured to be of much use to anyone. You'd best take to your bed, old man, and let me and your champion there take care of the void scent. What, so you can tuck tail and run again at the first sign of trouble? You'd not even be standing there if it weren't for me. Even with me arm busted, and I'm still twice the pirate you were. Tried FF Rebirth, but didn't get far. Fair. The weird part was I played Rebirth first, and then I went back to play Original 7. I'm just like, what do you mean Rebirth manages to expand the 2 hours of OG 7 into a 70-hour experience? Like, what the fuck? How did they do that? With Nala, you prefer action games majority of the time? Again, and that's fair. I like action games too. Nay, I think you should stay behind this time, Leofard. We must pursue Diablos without you. Time is of the essence, and we cannot afford to wait for you to heal. We must take advantage of Captain Rodlia's reinforcements and proceed with all haste. Did the dreaming drop on your head for a ball? Without me there to run things, you just end up getting it for Lona's way. And no one's making haste with anywhere until we know what we're flying into. Again, Captain Rodlia may hold the answer to that dilemma. I suspect that island where she uncovered the Mhach tome is the very location where Diablos has chosen to lair. Rebirth adds so much extra for the story, explains how it's longer. I mean, I know that. I'm just like... It covers the first 2 to 3 hours of the original. And I was just like, what the fuck? This floating marvel I speak of is not a natural occurrence. It was constructed as a haven for refugees of the flood. The tome makes a very clear reference to the island's purpose and describes in detail the voids and sorcery employed on its creation. As the Void Ark never arrived at its destination, however, the island remained uninhabited. I can imagine no more suitable hideaway for a scheming fiend. Even better, Diablos would not expect us to suddenly arrive on a secluded doorstep. The Talon fleet will carve us a path through the lesser fiends, and we shall strike swiftly into the heart of its confusion to seize the Nullstone. Once the relic is secured, I will use its power to obliterate our devilish foe. As a sky pirate, surely you understand how such an assault relies on the speed and surprise. We cannot have a wounded companion slow us down, and potentially doom the entire enterprise. Think you're in charge now, do you, puss? Poor broken Leofard's just some dead weight you need to cut away. You know what? I've had a belly full of your meal in any case. Go on, fly off without me. See how far you get with your thrice-damned enterprise. Captain Rodley, compare the direction indicated by the ectocompass with your navigational records, if you please. I think we'll find the coordinates coincide with the island in question. Certainly, and feel free to board our flagship when you're set to depart. My darling is large enough to accommodate your adventurer and her fellows with room to spare. Dunscaith is now accessible. The final Alliance raid. Let me just get the thing going. The ancient tome, recovered by Captain Rodley of the Talons, tells of a floating refuge, an island created by Mhach sorcerers to provide safe haven from the calamitous floodwaters. With the disaster that befell the Void Ark, however, the island's intended residents never arrived. Kachi is convinced that Diablos has instead claimed this refuge as his own, transforming what was to be a bastion of hope into a void-set nest of shadowy nightmare. And it is into this fiendish lair that you must delve. The Lady Rodlia stands ready to bear you across the skies. Assault the island, reclaim the Nullstone, and cast your demonic foes into oblivion. Don't you worry, I'll keep an eye on the captain while everyone's off on this great adventure. Without him... Are you certain you don't need me to go with you? Go let him have company, okay? This adventure's all yours, Verlona. I'll be cheering from you from my sickbed like a good little pirate. Promise. And yet, I don't trust you. Kachi was only talking common sense. The captain took it hard, but I think he knows it too. We're doing the right thing leaving him behind. Ain't we? This is just the way it must be. Considering our need for haste and the extent of Leofard's injuries, my conclusion was merely logical. Captain Redbill's primary concern should be securing the freedom of the skies, not limping into an almost certain death at the hands of the Voidsent, no matter how much he chafes at being excluded from the voyage. I acquired our splendid flagship after the Ishgardians saw fit to abandon her. I hear she was an attempt to match the airborne agility of their dragon enemies, but the vessel never did live up to expectations. When she passed to me, we replaced all of her improvements with structural reinforcements and made ourselves a flying fortress. Our stately lass will not soon be knocked down from the sky. Good, given how that's what happened to your previous one. We had like all six healers. What happened to them? Why did they leave? Why are they cowards? But you know the drill. We are waiting for a cue to pop, which means it's time to explore houses and yap. And if anybody has any lore questions about Verlona, or even just stupid questions, feel free. Welcome. Fire pit, wisteria. Does Verlona have any surviving family? Yes, both of her parents are still alive. I was debating whether or not I should have had them like die or like, you know, like be dead or not. But after realizing that out of the like scions, like your like NPC friends, only like 3 of them have parents, I was like, you know what? She gets to join the exclusive club of being in a JRPG with living parents. Oh, this is really cozy and charming. Yeah, she's a rare one. She hasn't like seen them face to face in a couple years, mostly because they live they've like retired to a like location that doesn't normally accept visitors. I mean, because Verlona's family, she would be able to like visit. She just hasn't, especially because, hey, she's busy being the warrior of light now. But they do write letters and stuff. No siblings? Nope, only child. Yeah, one very large child. She is taller than her mom and her dad. I made her dad actually a mid-height male Rogadin just because I thought it would be funny for her to be so much bigger than the dad. The mom is also a max height female Rogadin, but Verlona's above max height in my headcanon. So she's taller than both of them. I love how everyone has this fucking secret door bookcase. It's so funny. Anyway, this place is under construction. What was she doing before warrior lighting? Kind of adjacent stuff. Like, she was just like an adventurer. She would like travel around the world, doing like odd jobs and stuff. Like, all the Adventure Guild people like know her because she's like worked with like all the Adventure Guilds in Eorzea. It's a little cozy place. She was also doing it as like a way to just support her like wanting to like travel the world and like just like learn things about like cultures and like people and like anything. Like she's extremely curious and loves to learn. So it's like anytime, so it's like, you know, whether it's like, you know, like, oh, like somebody just needs like help, you know, getting rid of the like wild hogs that are accosting this farm. She'll do it because then she gets to like learn about the people and, you know, like how like their farm works or whatever. If it's somebody's like, hey, I want to find secret treasure in these like abandoned ruins, but I'm not a fighter and I need protection, she'll gladly do that too, because like, hell fuck yeah, abandoned ruins. Get to explore like ancient civilizations and all that. It's all good to her. Anyway, welcome to Dunscaith. It's just so funny to me because so many people have like super tragic like backstories for their warriors of light in this game, and I'm over here like, no, Verlona is like pretty good. She had like a decent upbringing other than the fact that she, you know, moved around a lot as a kid because her parents were also adventurers. And like her parents are still alive, and it's like everything's just kind of fine. All the tragedy that happens to her happens because she became the warrior of light. mean, like, you know, occasionally, you know, she'd have, like, adventurer friends that she'd, like, team up with every now and then, and probably they met, you know, like, ill fates, and, you know, that's, like, sad, but, like, not the level of, like, tragic backstory other people like to fucking give their characters. Insolent mortals, one does not come uninvited to the Shadow Queen's castle. Alright, welcome to this fucking thing. So this thing is kind of a nightmare to fight. There will probably be many deaths. First off, he's going to be doing this shit. Sucking you into the middle, and you need to not be in the big danger puddle or else you instantly die. And you know, that's bad. Certain people will be marked with little AoEs. They need to get away from everyone else because they will drop tornadoes. Hide yourself in between the ice things that happen. Yeah, DPS loves the danger puddle. Alright, here we are going to get blown away. We do not want to be in the gale, but we also want to make sure you angle yourself that you don't get blown off. Alright, he's going to cast Blizzard 2. You actually want to be over here, across from where they are, because he's going to do a wind attack, and if you aren't getting blocked by the ice, or otherwise use arm's length or surecast to avoid knockback, you are going off the ledge. So that's why, even though you can get farther away from those proximity markers, you want to just be across from them. Also, he will slowly start filling up the deck with these dark squares. If you're on the dark square when they pulse, I'm gonna probably take damage because I'm in the wrong spot, but I don't want to cross the fucking thing. That's fine. On that one, you actually want to be on the other side of where he's hanging out so that you don't get laser blasted, but I'm a black mage, no sir, not getting out of this chair. Here, 2 people per alliance will randomly get marked with a doom. The healers have to Asuna the doom off, or else that person will die. Oh yeah, but with the squares, if you're on the square when they finish pulsing, that is an instant death, so don't be on them. Ow, ow, I'm in the tornado. I'm surprised we lived. Personality-wise, he's a lot your character Kairos in the sea of tragic characters. He's just like, nah, I'm good, actually. Right? It's so funny being like that. These buildings were meant to house the refugees of Mhach. The promised land forgotten by time. What's this? Visitors to our fair abode. Pray allow me to be the first to welcome you. So yeah, Clown Man is back and he's freakier. The Voidsen have claimed this place just as I suspected. It has become a nest of shadows and despair. So yeah, a bunch of shadow crystals. If they finish doing Void Call, they'll instantly die and summon a ad instead, so kill them as fast as you can. Yeah, he's the counterbalance, exactly. Same thing here. You want to kill the Void Crystals ASAP, while also taking care to dodge the Petrifying Eye from the fucking eyes. Just realized there's a little baby in the corner of the stream. Yeah, that's, as Splinter said, the little Haku is there to hide chat, so I can look at chat, but you guys don't have to. Because you never know if people are going to be stupid. Because I kind of need chat up so that I can read the text bubbles, because the text bubbles are not there long enough for you to fucking read them aloud. Anyway, here's Ferdiad again. I love entertaining unexpected guests. And do I spy some familiar faces in the crowd? Okay, he's gonna mark some people and throw some scythes at them. If you get marked, you want to stay still away from everyone else and then get away from the scythe, because the scythe does constant damage if you're touching it. Alright, he's going to be shooting a normal orb into the blue Atmos, which is going to come out of the other blue Atmos, so we want to hang out by the yellow one, because an explosion happens over there. He's now shooting a donut into a yellow one, so we want to go hang out with the other yellow Atmos. Come closer, come closer! I promise I'll give you a show to die for! He's going to summon a bunch of little clown guys, kill them. While also making sure you don't look at them sometimes. I probably could have done an attack, but I was being cautious because I'm scared of my cast times. The little fools will also occasionally run into Atmos and like run to another part of the arena, so you know, you just have to follow them around. Ferdiad will also attack one half of the arena. Don't be on that half. It's a danger puddle. Pay attention or you'll miss the big reveal. Where's the laughter, the thunderous applause? There's simply no pleasing you. He's going to do both. We want to hang out by blue. Because blue is where the donut is. He's once again picking me out for a scythe. He's gonna put a bunch of AoEs on the floor that will grow in size. Go find a safe spot. We're fine. Are we gonna see his big attack? Or are we gonna kill him first? I think we're gonna kill him first. So yeah, if your DPS isn't great, he'll eventually also do an attack where he'll give everybody in the, like all 24 people, either a fire resistance down or a water resistance down, and then put a bunch of marks on the floor. The marks will either be water or fire, and if you step on one, it'll convert to the other. You want to make all of the things, whatever resistance you don't have like a weakness to. So if it's fire resistance down, you need to change all of them to water, and vice versa. Also, hey look, it's a weird Ultima weapon. Remember this thing from the end of A Realm Reborn? Fun fact about this Proto-Ultima boss, if you manage to get into an alliance raid for Dunscape, and everyone in the party has already done Dunscape, you have no first timers, this boss is skipped. I have never never seen it happen. Anyway, there's stack marker, then you want to get away from the proximity, but you also don't want to be in the weird, like, pulsating rings. That's also bad. And then he'll pick a side and shoot a laser down the middle. So don't be in the middle. I don't know what the fuck these people are doing. Add time! Kill them. You will then summon a bunch of Aether Collectors. Kill them ASAP! Because they are shielding him. And he's casting a big fucking thing. But he also gives us a free LB3 because we now need to kill him before he finishes charging Supernova, which is super easy peasy. Anyway, here's the Shadow Queen. Welcome, mortals, to my citadel of shadows. Have you come to deepen the gloom with an offering of souls? Yeah, dude's just having a little dance. Why not? So Skathach has a bunch of unmarked melee things. You do not want to be near her. Creeping shade and silhouette, gather onto me. She will then summon 2 giant hands and then put them in a position. You want to be like kind of in between them like that because they attack quarters of the arena. When she shifts around like that, you want to get away from her because she does a really big circle AoE around her. There's going to be a proximity marker, which is going to summon an ad. We need to kill the ad without letting it get too close to Skathach. Otherwise, he buffs Skachath, and that's bad. Eventually, she's going to make the Shadow super... I'm in the bad spot. Do that. Can you not run the AoE through my fucking ley lines, please? Oh, did we skip that mechanic? Might have done. We might have skipped the shadow floor. Anyway, she's gonna go in a big chrysalis and we need to kill all the ads so that we can eventually attack the chrysalis. But occasionally there's going to be these little marks that at least one person needs to stand in, because if you don't, everyone takes big damage as opposed to one person taking moderate damage. Trying to kill the ads when you're a black mage is kind of hard because they will kill them so fast, just so fast. watched him bask in tenebrous brilliance? What the fuck is tenebrous? But basically, if she makes the floral shadowy, you don't want to move or else you get slowed, and then it makes dodging the incoming AoEs like really difficult. I actually haven't seen it in a while. We're probably getting to a point where average DPS is getting to a point where she's not getting to a point where she like uses this attack. But if you get tethered by a magic hand that starts following you, you want to look at it because that'll make it stop following you. Because if it touches you, you die. Such pervasive light, it doth steal the darkest corners and chase away my shadows. And thus the Shadow Queen doth fall. I commend your victory. Yes, such skill and strength are deserving of a more fitting stage. Come, mortals, the true master of shadows awaiteth you. Hey, it's time to go fight Diablos. I don't know what the hell Diablos is like in 8 other than the fact I know he's from 8 or is in 8, which either way. Shall we begin? Let the meaning of your precious skies be decided here and now. You expect the creature I was before, feebled by confinement. Ha! Face me now in the fullness of my power. He's a guardian force, so he's mostly your bro. I see. No, look away, look away, look away. That's a... Okay, we're fine? We're fine, actually. Shall I thrust open the gate? The Night Hound slaver at the scent of your fear. Or... yeah, slather? Whatever. He's occasionally going to do look-aways, don't look at him. When he's in this form, you can actually stun him so that he doesn't do that. But, you know, how dare you expect melee players to use their stun? Not even eternal sleep shall you be free from the terror of my weaving. Then he's going to summon a big fucking orb. Not Ozma, though, and will hurt everybody real bad with it. This earthen battle hath dragged on over long. Enough. The energies of the nether will be mine. I will bathe in primordial darkness. People are being horny in the chat. I think you would appreciate that, Boops. Like, as soon as he showed up, people were like, wood. Bow before the shrieking majesty of the void! So how do you guys feel about DBZ beam struggles? What have you done? You seek to wrest from me control of the portal? So it be a contest of strength, then. A contest you have no hope of winning. So yeah, we need to beat up this fucking door as many times as we can to win the beam struggle. You do have to fight him first to get him, I think. Don't remember, it's been a long time. He uses gravity stuff, so he's annoying. Yeah, that's probably what the big orbs are. There's a statue released back in the FF8 days, and he was all cheeked up. Hell yeah, dude. But basically, a bunch of people were saying would, and then another person was like, maybe we should keep our inside voices inside. Impossible, I'm Lord of the Void, you cannot! And then another person was like, no, let them speak. My imprisonment weakened me more than I thought. But you have not bested me yet. Witness now my true purpose for seeking the Queen's rebirth. He has now fused with Skathach. Yes, the glory and infinite will of Shadow. You have breached Skathach's unholy vessel and released her power unto me. Shadow itself shall be mine armor. Come, strike your feeble blows in vain. So yeah, if you notice, our attacks aren't doing anything. But we still need to attack him. In efforts of destroying the shield, as Kate Sheep mentions, such defenses will be difficult to pierce, but mind not his boast. A persistent assault will prevail. And eventually, you will break his shield and start doing damage. Like, there we go. I'm now doing damage again. Oh shit, your one weakness, more wings. But yeah, he will occasionally face a direction and start charging an attack. You want to be fucking nowhere near that. This is a really weird stack. This is a stack where you don't want to look at the person marked, which is why everybody would like shove themselves between the tank and the person who was getting marked. He will then summon a bunch of more doors. You want to kill them, except for the middle door, which you want to go in so that you can kill this demon. While the arena slowly shrinks. That's another don't look at me stack. I wish this person would not so close. The Diablos, that makes it a little bit difficult to dodge, but it's fine. Way more things to like take damage for so that nobody else gets needlessly hurt. He's now gonna summon orbs. If you get touched by the orbs, you will explode and take a lot of damage and like get fucking ping-ponged around the arena, so don't touch them. The depth of the shadows shall rise your ruination. I want to do my big thing. Fuck you. Must entreat the very specter. Must I entreat the very specter of death to be rid of you? I care not. I will wager for all your destruction. And then easy peasy. Unscathed complete. We have finished the Alliance raid, babies. Then again, I don't need any of this shit. Go away. What if we did bring the queen back? Oh, well, we killed her. That was the, like, penultimate boss, Skathach. The big naked lady. Do not relax your guard just yet, Frenona. The air is still heavy with his foul presence. What if we bring her back again? I suppose we could. I don't know why, but we could. Already taken care of the fiend, have you? You didn't even need that dusty old relic to do it. Well, did you not see the little bat? He's still alive, he just turned into a tiny bat. Be careful, Captain. Diabolus yet lurks in the shadows. Nothing of value was lost. Nope. Formerly, I have claimed the Shadow Queen's power for my own, and yet still am I harried by you noisome weevils. Like his glow up, yeah. I must needs quit this realm for a time, and when I have grown accustomed to my newfound might, there shall be a reckoning for your insolence. This ain't the time for napping, Furball. You still got a job to do. Did anyone expect he was actually going to be on his sickbed? Oh gosh, oh darn, I hope he doesn't catch me when I'm out in the forest all alone and trip over a rock. My work here's unfinished. In Cesare's name, I unmake thee, Diablos. My master's will be done. For 50 centuries have I yearned for this power! Those cannot unmake me! No! No! Yeah, get unmade, though. Well, yeah, I don't think you're getting that back. Not easily, anyway. I should have known we were wasting our breath. The captain only heeds the siren in his heart. Damn the consequences. I told you you'd be lost without me, didn't I? And look at you, Puss, getting knocked out cold in your moment of glory. You weren't late to get another chance to honor your master's memory, and you almost missed it. But I suppose you pulled through at the last. I'll give you that much. That's a very unfortunate looking ship. From below, anyway. How vexing to once again be rescued by Red Bill. He better recover from those injuries so we can go back to hating each other on an equal footing. I plan plan was a resounding success, though it did require some intervention on Leofard's part. I'm afraid I misjudged his commitment to our cause. I'll think he'll live, which is surprising considering he crashed his ship into a bloody demon. Damned fool. Spare me your concern and your lectures. You all knew I wasn't like to stay abed with such a great adventure in the making. And rather break every bone in my body than be stripped of... And I'd rather break every bone in my body than be stripped of the freedom to go where I please. Besides, all's well that ends well, eh? Diablos is dead and we're all alive. That counts as a victory in my book. Just a pity that it cost me the Ramiel in doing it. I hope she rests easy on that island refuge. A red bill farewell. Leofard appears to be mourning the loss of the Ramiel. My goggles are a mess, but I can always get me a new pair of goggles and a new airship. But I suppose we'd be glad that we didn't lose aught else after diving headlong into a void set nest. Now that we've taken back the skies, it's time we're taking our leave. The Talons and the Red Bills can kiss this brief alliance farewell, unless of course you're interested in a more permanent arrangement. Your bootlickers might think your voice is siren song, but it grates on me ears like a heartbeat screech. Now, this is the first and last time we fly together. We're going back to being rivals, the way it's always been. You are a very stubborn man, Red Bill. You do well to remember, I always get what I want in the end. You good down there? I head back to me quarters and see till the fur balls hurts. I'll be along in a bit. I feel so foolish, Frenlona. I demanded that Leofard remain behind, only to have him rescue my mission from certain failure. A failure that would have made mock of your heroic efforts as well. This kind of thing just happens, man. You are too kind. What words exist that can properly express my contrition? I know not how to even begin making my apologies. I should like to approach the captain, but he has the air of a man who seeks solitude. 'Tis strange to seem so melancholy. Could it be the loss of the Ramiel which troubles him so? Nay, I shouldn't intrude upon his contemplation with such clumsy questions and trite platitudes. Let us leave him be for the moment. Fucking little steppies. The tiniest of steppies by this freak cat. I heard the Ramiel was an unsalvageable wreck. She was a fine vessel built to endure the captain's reckless flying style, and it seems she kept him safe until her very end. Such a shame. Well, everyone here seems to be fine after Diablos attacked. The captain is not his usual bombastic self. Perhaps Stasia can enlighten us to the source of his uncharacteristic malaise. Yeah, because now that everything's all said and done, it's time for the tragic backstory. Mr. Stasia, if I might ask you a question, do you know the cause of the captain's melancholy? Is it because of the Ramiel? Pray tell me if it is so. I cannot help but feel responsible for the vessel's destruction, and I would better understand Leofard's present distress. If you really want to understand, I suppose I should start with how the captain was orphaned as a child. As matters turned out, he was taken in by a hard-born widow who raised him as her son. From what Leoford has told me, his adoptive mother was a kind, quiet-spoken woman, but due to some illness or other, she was rarely able to venture outside. Instead, she spent hours reading to her boy from a library well stocked with books from faraway lands. Leoford cared for her as her malady grew worse by the day, and he was there by her side when death finally carried her away to Thal's halls. While she was alive, she never did ask much of him. Not long before she passed on, however, she wrung from him one single promise: that he escape the conformity that she had always endured, and live his life as free as a bird. As you've likely guessed, her name was Ramiel. That's her portrait there, hanging on the wall. Ah, this explains much! I had wondered as to the origins of his vessel's naming. Sky Pirate Way is the life Leoford chose for himself. But I like to think he named his ship the Ramiel so that his mother would be there to watch over all of his adventures. Since when were you so loose-lipped about a comrade's private past, Stasia? I ain't in the habit of leaning on people's sympathies, but you can all keep that tidbit to yourselves, eh? I thought I told you to see the Furball's wounds. Look at your cape, puss. It's in tatters. Come here a moment. A scarf? For me? Aye, that's a little present we give to every new Red Bill. Romeo taught me it's not protecting memories that's important. It's having the strength to follow your path and make those memories in the first place. Seeing how determined you were to clean your master's slate, I'd say you'd fit in right in with our crew. That is cute, though. Yeah, no. Giving him the little, like, mini neckerchief thing. Dislike the cat design, but the tiny scarf you like. Hell yeah. Listen, if you're thinking that little airship meant a lot to me, then you'd be right. But I'd rather mourn a hunk of metal than lose them as can share in me highs and lows. So let's get this straight, Puss. There's no need for apologies. A Sky Pirate makes his choice, and he sticks by it. I also like how giving him the neckerchief also cleaned his fur. Because he was, like, damaged. The life of a Sky Pirate, As I seem to be bereft of both place and purpose now, I suppose I shall accept your offer. I'm yours to command, Captain. Glad to hear it. Your first duty is to join us in giving our adventurer here a proper send-off. Yeah, dusted him off. Well, it's about bloody time you two saw eye to eye. But honestly, Captain, don't you mean to head out? You don't mean to head out in those rags, do you? Let's get you cleaned up as well before we say our fond farewells. Did you see? Kachi is wearing a Red Bill scarf. Isn't that just wonderful? For 15 what the fuck voice did I just give him? For 15 centuries did I wander the dark alone. To be so surrounded by companions and given a new hearth to call home fills me with a warmth I had almost forgotten was possible. We have a spare airship the captain can use for now until he feels ready to build a new one. It's time we parted ways, Merlona. Let's give you an escort down to the cold wind. Genuinely thought I was about to do fills me with determination. Fills him with determination. Some adventure, Merlona, but our journey to the unknown is over. For the now. When the skies spit out some new mystery, you can bet that I'm coming to find you. After all, there ain't nobody else who handles the unexpected quite like you do. High adventure and the heady rush of danger. Surely in this life there is no greater reward. And there we go. That's the Shadow of Mhach Alliance raid story. And, okay, because we're New Game Plus, you don't get to actually see what the reward bar is, but you would also get the little scarf neckerchief thing. So you can have it too. Which is fun. Like, but I don't think I can actually show it off in this outfit. Hang on. Can I show it off in this? Nope, that's not right. This is so not right. Hang the fuck on. There we go. Yeah, so many outfits. Yeah. Nope, that's not what I meant to do. Send me into the in-room, please. Thank you. Yeah, here we go. See, you can put it on. You know, because you can't see it. See? You can have it yourself. That actually kind of looks halfway decent. Maybe I'll keep it. Now the question is, what the hell do I do for the next, like, 40 minutes? Because that's not enough time to do Alexander. I mean, I could start it, but I don't know if I want to. I don't think we can finish a job quest storyline in an hour, but maybe we can. I don't fucking remember. What to do? Yeah, I don't think I could finish a job quest line in time. Especially because of all the reading and the yapping. Yeah, I could try to continue the machinist story, although I don't actually remember if it's how good it is. I know freaking Dark Knight is good. That's healer, not tank. Oh, I know what I can do. I know what I can do. Which fucking one is it? Let me turn on unrestricted party so I can go in solo at level 100. Oh, where the fuck is he? Am I blind? That the one? Which fucking one is it? I don't remember. Is it you? Hang on. this one? Yeah, portrait broke. It's fine. Is this the one I want? Yes, hello, mushrooms. Leave me be. God, I hope it's this one. I don't think it is. This doesn't quite look right. I do love one-shotting things, though. That part's always fun. Boss music didn't even get a chance to kick in. Look at that little friend with their tummy mouth. Yeah, the like weird haunted goobos are funny. Here, leave me alone. Get both of them. Is this the one I'm even thinking of? I don't know. Come on, bud. Come on. Come down here. Do you fucking mind? Sir? Sir, would you like to come down? Do I need to, like, lure you down? There we go, Jesus. Thank you. That was doing too much damage and I couldn't actually interact with the mechanics. Wait, no, maybe this is where Diablos is. Maybe this is him. Diablos, is this you? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I did guess right. But yeah, here he is. This is the first time you can see him. This canonically takes place before what we just did. Hey, bud. Holy shit, my auto attacks do so much damage. Okay, Griffin and Griffin. So yeah, there's, you know, his fucking thing. I didn't do it fast enough. But basically, if you open up the two doors, you can go in. And then that's how you avoid his attack. Like that. But anyway, goodbye. Get drilled, idiot. Can I drill him? Yeah, just become a machinist. And then you can. Newfangled names for things. Yeah, it's machinist is just, you know, gun. Because, you know, the more, like, high fantasy you get, the funnier the option of gun becomes. Yeah, gun.tm. I don't know what else to do. But I want to hang out. We can maybe do a game at the Gold Saucer. Never mind, we had it was a special one with a shorter countdown. Fuck, we missed it. Oh well. Unfortunate. Yeah, the best spell in the game, gun. It's very good. Nope, damn it. Oh, no, that one. Reminds me of those memes where the spellcaster wizards are like, I'm out of spells, but not out of options. It's very good. Or the like, I'm a healer, but cocks gun. Damn it, did not win. You can also check the big lotto, because I forgot to do that on yesterday. Yeah, that's about what I thought. Give me new numbers. Then every time you played Star Wars MMO back in the day, you could play a healing spec bounty hunter and you shot healing bullets. Hell yeah. That's a good number. It's a good number. Sure, that one. Give me another number. That one? You should play healers and MMOs because you have control issues. Sure, those ones. That'll do. I'll just add the quiet part in there for free. There's kind of a gun healer in this one. Where's a good place that I know has a fucking thing? You do. Yeah, there's a sage here. Sage here is kind of a gun healer. So let me summon my chocobo. So Sage's gimmick is you can pick one person, normally the tank, and you can affect them with Cardia. If you do that, then they have Cardia on and you have Cardia, and then anytime you do damage, they also get healed a little bit. Like if you watch the little like numbers here on my chocobo. I do damage, the person I have picked with Cardia gets healed. This is the closest to gun healer we've got. But it only works with like actual attacks. Your like melee attacks, your like auto attacks don't count. You have to be doing actual spells. Such a cute outfit for your chocobo. Thank you. I picked it because we're in Heavensward, and Heavensward is supposed to be cold. Ignore the fact that I've come to like India or Thailand or something. Like that, there's a class similar to that in Warhammer. Nice. But yeah, then there is also, hey, can you stop? I don't need you out anymore. You can stop now. Thank you. But instead of guns, they dual-wielded swords that were a more melee DPS so that you could channel heals from. That sounds amazing. But yeah, you also have White Mage, which is like, you know, your standard regular healer. You get a lot of magic twirls and stuff, and it's actually kind of fun. Then you also have like Ass Size there, which is a massive AoE that you do. Like you see it hit this one over here too. And it also heals anybody, any of your teammates that are inside of it. You have a couple of like off global cooldown heals like Tetragamatron and stuff. You have a little bit of a shield. You can give Divine Benison to some, or Aqua Veil to be like, you take less damage now. And you also notice that as long as we are in combat, this little meter is growing up. So each time this meter hits full, we get a flower. Every time you get a flower, you can use either a Flatus Solus to heal one person or a Flatus Rapture to heal multiple people. And then each time, again, this is for like when you're like level 100, because I want to say you get the stuff around like the 70s. And then each time you use up a flower, this little bud here will grow. And then once it's full, you can then use a Flatus Misery, which is your big damage attack for when you're white maging. Because unlike like World of Warcraft, I think you've said, here in 14, every class is a DPS, including the healers. If your party is like, you know, health is full and is pretty good, and you know there's not a big attack coming out that you need to be like spreading out shields for, you should be attacking. You should be doing damage. And so that's why like White Mage has a little thing that like, you know, like Sage is all about attacking and healing. White Mage here also has that little thing where it's like, hey, the more you use these specific heal spells, the like you get to access your big attack. Final Fantasy spell effects are so pretty. They're so pretty. White Mage is easily the prettiest healer. Not sure about current WoW, but OG WoW, you had a comp that was like a tank, a healer, 3 DPS, and you exclusively down these specializations, yeah. Also with White Mage, you can give yourself little wings to be like, okay, every time I heal, my healing spells do a little bit more. Which is fun. Main tank healer, raid healer. I see. And then you can also place down another flower. That then anytime you take damage, the flower will explode a little bit, and any teammates that are by the flower will get healed. But also, once the timer runs out, it'll also just auto heal anybody. Like that. What else is there? There's also Scholar. Fucking let me change the Scholar, please, and thank you, game. I'm not in combat. Scholar is a healer I fucking don't know how to do. Can I tell about the healer you made for your Starfinder game? Hell yeah, you can. So Scholar is kind of similar to Summoner, and they even share an EXP bar. Like if you pick Arcanist as a starting class, you will get both Summoner and Scholar, and they share EXP. So if you like DPSing, hey, you have a free healer. And if you like healing, hey, you have a free DPS. But with Scholar, you want to summon your little fairy so that you have access to all your little things. Here she is. And every, like, 5 seconds or so, she will actually pick somebody in your team who doesn't have full health and like heal them a little bit. Like I could actually kind of sort of show it off with what the hell do I show it off with? Fuck it, I don't need this. Like, see, she does that. She can like heal you a little bit. You also have like your attacks and stuff, but then you can also order your fairy to do things. Like I can like press this button, and then my fairy has put a regen on anybody in my party. You can also use this thing to regain some of your MP, and also it gains you access to energy drain. Or Sacred Soil, which is a like shield you put down. Anybody inside your bubble takes less damage and also gets regened a little bit. Healer pet class, yeah. You can also do like make your fairy do like Fey Blessing, which is like your fairy sends out shields to everyone. That's a huge AoE. It looks huge. Certain fucking battle stations, especially if you're in like an alliance raid, can be bigger. And it's just like, can you fucking please tank into my bubble, please? At a certain level, you also gain the ability to turn your little fairy into a seraph, who is a bigger one, and you know, also applies shields to whenever she heals, heals for more, etc., etc. And it can also be like, hey, give a shield to everybody in the party, please. Thank you. But she's only sticks around for a little bit before you go back to your normal fairy. You also get access to Expedient, which allows you to go fucking noom. It basically gives you a free sprint. So it's also good if you're like, you know, the boss is doing a thing where you need to like dodge a lot. You can just be like, Expedient! Everybody gets a free sprint! You can also use XCOG here, which is like, you pick a target, usually the tank, and then after a certain amount of time or after HP falls below a certain threshold, the target will automatically get healed a little bit. So it's a good, like, you know, like reserve thing of like, you're gonna probably take a lot of damage here, but I don't want to like, you know, panic later. So I'm gonna put like this like HP in waiting kind of thing. But yeah, Scholar is one of the 2 shield healers, so like its raw healing isn't as good as like White Mage or even Sage is, but that's because you instead want to be healing before attacks go off so that you can shield the damage and have everybody take less and stuff like that. Another fun thing you can do, one, you can actually, because your fairy has a bunch of like, you know, healing effects that come from it, you can also like give your fairy commands and be like, don't follow me, go stand right here instead. And so, you know, you can place your fairy in like the middle of an arena to be all like, make sure everybody can get hit by this fucking thing, as opposed to like you running away in like a corner and your fairy following you and then you only hit like a couple of people. But one fun thing your fairy can do is what I like to call the IV, where, so when you do certain spells and stuff, like whenever you use something that consumes up one of these resources, this gauge grows a little bit. And as this gauge is full, you can use it on Aether Pact, which your fairy will tether itself to one person, and they will get a consistent little bit of healing for as long as the gauge is there. So I like to call it, take your fucking IV. And you can like end it early too if you want. You can like swap who like gets it, etc., etc. Wait, hang on. And then here's the part that really fucking confuses me about Scholar. With Scholar, you can do 2 things. You can, 1, dissipate your fairy to get a full charge of like these at the cost of it not filling the fairy gauge, and all of your healing spells heal for more than opposed to when like you don't have it. Which is like kind of weird because it also like removes some of your ability to use some of your like kit. I can't wrap my head around it. Some people can, I do not. And then you also have your panic mode, where I don't know why this isn't a White Mage thing. You can turn on Seraphism, and then you become this thing, and all of your healing spells like do a fuck ton. Your cooldowns are like very minimal, at least on some of them. You can like spam some of your attacks, and it's kind of cool. I just forget I have it, and I don't know why that's not a White Mage thing. The last healer is Astrologian, aka, hey, do you like Yu-Gi-Oh? You use tarot cards and the power of the stars to do healing. Like, I do that, and I draw 3 cards, and then I play the balance to increase the damage of any, like, melee attacker in my party that I have to, like, pick out. You can then play the arrow to be all like, you take more healing. You can then also be like, I play the spire on a teammate to give them a little barrier. Yeah, you use the heart of the cards, and then you can explode with damage a little bit with a fairly big attack and hit that one over there. You can also place a big bubble that after a certain amount of time will explode into a bunch of healing for anybody that's in it. Would have been all over that when you were a teenager, hell yeah. You also have like just like a bunch of just really fucking pretty attacks. Astrologian is also kind of weird because a lot of it is like you can delay your healing. Like I can do horoscope here and then do my like group heal, and then it's supposed to like, it does still do a group heal, but then I also have a thing where, hey, after like what was that, 25 seconds, there will be another round of healing. And then once this is ready, you can draw another 3 cards. The cards used to be more random, but then I guess people didn't like the RNG, and so then they had to be set so that, like, the first draw you do, you'll get a specific 3 cards. The second draw you do, you'll get another set of 3 cards that are very specific. And then you just, like, bounce back and forth between those 3 cards. And then people started complaining again, being all like, but I liked my RNG. And it's like, but you were just complaining that you didn't like your RNG. The Starfinder character you made yesterday is a race called the Barathu, which in short can kind of appear like space jellyfish, and you built a healer with the Mystic class in a specialization called Rhythm. So it's basically a space bard because they heal through the Song of the Cosmos. The dude is named Triple B, hell yeah, and can summon a 360 space synth keyboard that they play in with their little tentacles while wearing lit up shutter shades that pulse to the beat. Hell fucking yeah, dude. They also don't vocalize and actually speak to people through mental projections into people's heads, but they still hold up the little mic to their jelly head when they sing. I love them already. They sound so good. But yeah, that's the 4 healers in this game. And I'm a hi Chocobo, I didn't mean to summon you. And I'm an insane person, and I'm a max level in every fucking class. I'm not a good healer, but I do have every class at 100, including the healers. You don't have to be doing this. You can absolutely just pick even it's like 1 class, maybe like 3 classes, and be like, I just want to play these. I'm an insane person. This is not normal. You don't have to be doing this. Watching MMO healers makes you want to play healers. Hey, 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 hey. Come play with me. Come play with me, please. Please, I need friends. I say that mostly as a joke. Mostly. And then, yeah, then you also have your tanks. There's my personal favorite, Dark Knight. Look at my big glowy sword. I love them. If you didn't already have negative time in the evenings, you probably would give it a shot. Hell yeah. Yeah, it's just a joke. Unless. I mean, if you guys actually were ever curious in this, there actually is a pretty generous free trial that doesn't have any time restrictions. Instead, it just has like a money cap and then like some restrictions on like some of the social features. But if you wanted to like ever dip a toe in, there's like no like time limited free trial. You can play like half the fucking game for free. Granted, those restrictions will definitely become very chafing if you actually use the free trial for as long as it's there. Because yeah, the free trial isn't based on playtime, it's based on like how far through the story do you want to get. God, I fucking love Dark Knight. I love Dark Knight so much. Dark Knight, my beloved. Only a matter of time before you check it out. Yeah. But yeah, Dark Knight is a tank, and all tanks have some skill. For Dark Knight, it's great. For Warrior, it's like, or for Paladin, it's like Iron Will. I forget what the fucking ones for the other 2 are. And basically, you want to turn it on. And all this does is it helps you build aggro. It helps you build aggro so that, like, you know, you can make sure the bosses and all the enemies attack you and not any of your squishy teammates. Rocking that big fuck off sword. Hell yeah, I am. Twitch just yelled at you for swearing. What do you mean? Hello? All tanks have a basic 1-2-3 combo. And you are primarily going to be doing this the whole time. Your 1-2-3s. And then you also get things like, you know, Rampart here. Reduces damage taken by 20%. So you'll like occasionally be doing that on, especially if like the boss is like, you know, charging a big attack. And you will notice if you actually read your skills, in which case, you know, fucking please read your skills. There's a reputation of 14 players not reading. It's a problem. Please read the fucking tooltips for your spells and your abilities. I beg of you. But you may notice that a lot of them kind of do the same thing, like Shadow Vigil here reduces damage taken by 40%. This one reduces damage taken by 10%. That is because you are meant to be, like, spreading these out, basically, so that you almost always have some kind of mitigation up when you are a tank. You don't generally want to be double-upping on your mitigations unless you have something like, you know, for Dark Knight, it is the Blackest Night, which, you know, has a 15-second cooldown. It just costs MP to cast. This you can gladly, and you should be doubling up with another mitigation. Your smaller mitts you should be doubling up, but your big ones like Shadow Visual and Rampart and stuff, you should not. You want to be spreading those out because you don't want to be like, oh hey, the boss is charging a tank buster. You know, the big thing that asks the tank, hey, are you using your mitigations correctly? And then you don't have any mitigations and you just have to take the full damage. You don't want that to be happening. That's bad. But yeah, Dark Knight is cool because its whole gimmick is basically like you kind of want to be taking damage because, for example, with the Blackest Night, if you cast it and then the shield actually breaks, you get a free charge of either Flood of Shadow or Edge of Shadow, which is basically just, you know, more DPS that you're doing. And more DPS is good. Dark Knight is also cool because you can also, like, fucking summon a you, like, rip out, like, your, like, bad feelings out of your chest and you summon a little guy that, like, helps you. And you can just do, like, big fuck-off attacks and it's great. I love Dark Knight! Dark Knight, my beloved! Yeah, that's Dark Knight. Another tank, the easiest tank, is Warrior, where you get a big fuck-off axe. Now, compared to other tanks, Warrior doesn't have the most mitigations. It only has, like, two, I guess 3. But the cool thing with Warrior is that you get the skill called Bloodwetting, or something else. What the fuck is it called before it gets upgraded? Where's Bloodwetting? Where the fuck are you? Raw Intuition, that's what it's called when you first get it. And as you see here, it reduces the amount of damage you've taken, but also it restores HP with every attack you do. And so if you're doing a dungeon and you're fighting like you're doing like a big pull and you have like a bunch of guys on you, if you are doing your AoE attacks, that is more things that you are hitting. And so you can heal yourself back up to full pretty goddamn easily. Because that's Warrior's gimmick. Warrior's gimmick is that you are just healing back the damage you take. And also you can get very mad. And be all like, fuck you. Be like, oh hey, you think I'm leaving? No, you don't, fuck you! Warrior fun. Warrior is the easiest tank. By far. And even its mitigations are like, you reduce the amount of damage you take, but you also do damage back for anyone that hits you. And it's cool as hell. Warrior fun. Then you also have a Paladin, which is your sword and shield tank. It's all about, you know, like shielding, like reducing damage taken. You can even like take damage in the place of like other teammates if you connect them with this. No, with cover. If you connect them with cover, you can be like, hey, for the next 12 seconds, any damage this party member takes, I take instead. Which, you know, can be pretty useful. You also even have a heal for some reason. I don't know why. Oh yeah, and every tank has a press to not die button. Paladins has the best, although it also has the longest cooldown at fucking, what is that, like, almost like several minutes. Where Paladin's panic to not die button is just, you straight up don't take damage for 10 seconds. Warriors is you cannot drop below 1 HP. Dark Knight's is weird. Dark Knight's panic to not die button is you need to activate it when you are on low HP and then pray the fucking god that the healer doesn't actually heal you. Because, when you press the panic not to die button, Living Dead, on Dark Knight, you have 10 seconds. If you take fatal damage within those 10 seconds, like if you have something that should drop your HP to 0, you will instead drop to 1 and hang on, and then you'll enter phase 2 of Living Dead, where then every attack you do also heals you a little bit. You need to be healed for the total of your max HP within the next 10 seconds after you hit phase 2. If you don't, you die anyway. If you do heal for that much, hey, congrats, you get to keep living. And so it is a fucking nightmare to do. Like, if I can swap back to Dark Knight real fast. Okay, I can't actually show it off, it's on cooldown. But you will notice that okay, maybe you can't. The healing has to come through your own damage? No. The healer can heal you at that point. The problem is that because you want to be at low health because you need it to kick in, the problem is that healers will often heal too early, and then your Living Dead never, like, kicks off. And it's like, no, you're putting in too much work. You don't need to be doing that. Let me die. So, like, okay, I don't think you can actually see it, but if you look carefully, there's a little, like, cog in the corner of Living Dead. And if you also notice that, like, you know, I hover over my skills, they get the little tooltip, but I don't for Living Dead. That is because Living Dead is actually a macro I have. Instead, what happens is it tries to spam Living Dead to make sure it, like, goes off because, hey, if you put a skill on a macro, you can't really queue it. So I have it attempt to use it like a bajillion times. And then it waits for a second after it tries to use Living Dead. And then I have a text thing that's with a little sound effect that says, hey, don't heal me until I hit 1 HP or the next 10 seconds, I want to die on purpose. So I basically have a little warning that attempts to like warn the healer to be like, hey, I'm using my panic not to die. Don't fucking heal me. Let me die. It doesn't always work, but at least I give the heads up. Sounds like a pain in the ass from a healer standpoint. Oh, it is! There are so many times when I've been the healer. Like, I'm much more of a Dark Knight main than I am any of the healers, but there are times when I'm a healer and there's a Dark Knight in the party, and I fuck up their Living Dead because I noticed too late. And I'm just like, fuck! I'm so sorry! I know you're paying, Dark Knight, I'm sorry! As a raid healer, pretty much just running bars and you're always queued up your heals for latency, right? Always already midway through a cast, right? Yeah, that's why, like, most Dark Knight players will tie their Living Dead to a macro so that, like, they can, like, you know, say it in the chat of, like, hey, I'm doing my thing, don't heal me. Oh yeah, then the last tank is Gunbreaker. Gunbreaker's another, like, shield tank. I think you have the option to pull out classes in the raid view. You just keep them on the side, yeah. I don't think you can edit the party list like that, but I've also never tried? Who knows? But yeah, then you have, yeah, Gunbreaker, which is basically your Gunblade Final Fantasy VIII class. You have a bunch of things. You can, like, use cartridges to shield yourself. You can place a regen on yourself as well. You also build up the special charges every time you use the third of your 1, 2, 3 in a combo. If you do that, you get access to these special skills where you can be all like, I don't know, big damage, fuck you. Gunbreaker is basically like 3 DPS in a trench coat pretending to be a tank. It's also another fun one. The music in this area is so odd because it sounds like the Sims building music. Yeah, I can see that. Hang on. Fucking... I can hear it. But yeah, they recently slightly nerfed Gunbreaker's panic to not die button, because it used to have a really funny one where you would, if you hit your Super Bolide, which is Gunbreaker's panic not die button, you would set yourself to 1 HP, but then you also don't take any damage for the next 10 seconds. So it's basically like a, hey healer, test of your reflexes, go! It was kind of funny. But then they changed it so that instead it reduces you to, by 50% of your max HP, as opposed to setting you to 1 HP. So like I can just be like, bam! And now I don't take damage to most things, but only for the next 10 seconds. I miss old Super Bowl Light, it was funny. I say as somebody who's not much of a healer main. I imagine the healers were like, God fucking damn it, but... As somebody who's much more a tank main than a healer main, it was funny. Could talk healing for fucking days. It was your second job, hell yeah. And then, yeah, then you have all your DPSs. There's 3 types of DPS. There's melee, there's physical, and then there's casting. I kind of explained casting with Black Mage. With Black Mage and Pictomancer being how, you know, it's supposed to be, where you are, you know, doing cast bars and doing things. As opposed to, like, fucking Summoner over here. Which is like, oh, you think I have cast bars? You fucking fool, you absolute buffoon. I'm the most mobile mage in the world, fuck you. I don't need cast bars. I'm a fizz ranged, baby. I'm a magical fizz ranged. Be like, oh, there's a cast bar here on Garuda, fuck you. Swift cast. More instant cast, let's go. Oh, you still think I have cast bars? Like, guess what? Titan doesn't. Fuck you. I can keep moving forever. Ifrit. Okay, there's some cast bars on Ifrit that you kind of can't avoid because there's two of them. But that's it. Then you can go in and punch because fuck you, you're also part melee. And then it's like, oh, hey, I have to use Ruin 1? No, I don't. Bahamut's back up. I'm an instant... I'm a fizz ranged again. Fuck you. Summoner is the easiest class in the goddamn game. It's so fucking funny how easy Summoner is compared to everything else. Absolute Buffoon is such an insult. You love it. It's so funny. Because I mean, like, also, look at how many buttons Summoner has. Summoner doesn't fill out the second hotbar with buttons to do. I mean, it can if I had these over here, but it doesn't. Meanwhile, look at, like, your healers. Or fucking even Ninja, which is a melee DPS. Summoner has no buttons. Summoner is the easiest class in the goddamn game. And then, as I believe I've explained before, but like back when I was doing Hildebrand stuff, Red Mage does have cast bars, but only every other spell you do. Because it's like you could wait, you know, for nearly 5 seconds to cast like Arrow 3 or Ver Thunder 3. Or you can use 2 seconds to cast Jolt and then just immediately make the other one free. Easy peasy. Nothing fucking matters. Every other spell that Rage Mage does is an instant cast. And then you can also come in and be like, I'm a melee now. And then you can backflip away, but cooler. Yeah, then you have your Fizz ranges. They're kind of more support, except for Machinist here, which is the most selfish range DPS. You're just doing fucking damage all the time. The only support skills you have is Tactician here, which reduces incoming damage for the whole team for like 15 seconds. And Dismantle, which lowers the target's damage dealt by 10% for the next 10 seconds. But yeah, Machinist is very much you're using a bunch of tools and just like filling up your bars. You also eventually get what I like to call fucking America, yeah! You just get a bunch of big guns and you go nutso with it. What the fuck is a kilometer indeed? And then when this blue bar is filled up, you can summon a little thing. At lower levels, you just summon a turret, but at level 80 or higher, you summon a fucking mech. And you're like, go fight for me, go! And it's very cool. Stop attacking. Stop attacking. Stop it. Let me reset the thing. Thank you. Oh yeah, then you also have, oh, my glamours are gonna fucking break if I swap to the other two. Oh, well. So I'm gonna look like a fucking freak. Don't worry about it. But then you will have a dancer where you can pick one person in your party with closed position. And then any buff you give yourself, you also give to whoever you've picked as your dance partner. And so rather than like buffing the entire party, although it does have a like party-wide damage reduction, you're just, you know, going around doing your thing, occasionally buffing yourself, having to play color match games. And it's fun. Dancer is actually pretty simple. The weird thing about Dancer is basically you have a 1-2 for both solo target and double target. Every time you do your one, there's a 50% chance that you will get a stronger another one. Every time you do this, there's another 50% chance you unlock this one. When you do that, there's another 50% chance for this. And then you go back to your 2, and then the like cycle kind of repeats. It's very RNG-ish on how much damage you're doing. Like if you're looking at like the party list, if you had one, the number of like how much aggro a dancer has will like vary wildly because it depends on how lucky the dancer is getting with their 50% chances. But yeah, physical ranged, you can move around freely, you can kind of just do whatever the hell you want. Your damage output probably isn't going to be the best, just because none of their attacks do as much damage as melee or casters. But that's made up for the fact that you can basically always be attacking. Because it doesn't matter if you're up close or if the enemy is 50 miles away, you can kind of attack it, so long as you don't have the little X's in the corner. Like this, I can be this far away and I can still attack. That's how range works. And then there's Bard. Again, my thing is kind of broken, don't worry about it. Also, did I not fucking give you the new right gear? Here you go, have fun. Bard is kind of like Dancer, but as opposed to picking one person to buff, you are buffing the entire party. You have these 3 songs here: Wanderer's Minuet, Mage's Ballad, and Army's Paean. And you are basically just playing a song, and then it'll occasionally, like, you know, show up here, like this timer here, shows you how much you have left. God, I fucking haven't touched Bard in a bit. And basically, you want to keep an eye on your timer here, on your song. Because once it's about 12-ish seconds, you want to change to another song. Wait, no. No. You want to wait till it's much lower. It's the last song you want to wait till 12. I remember. But yeah, like Wanderer's Inuit increases like critical hit chance. Mage's Ballad just increases outright damage. And Army's Paean increases like a secondary crit chance thing. It's weird. But basically, if you wait for Wanderer's Minuet to change into Mage's Ballad, and then Mage's Ballad to change on Army's Paean when you're at like 2-ish seconds, eventually Army's Paean will come back, or Wanderer's Minuet will come back while you're still on Army's Paean, and you can just always have a song going. And yeah, that's Bard, kind of. The fun thing about Bard is the thing that Splinter has said that if she ever played this game is all she would do is once you unlock Bard, you get access to the performance actions, wherein you can pick an instrument and then there's many of them. And then you get a little keyboard and you can play songs. Yeah, most people that do Bard just set up like macros so that like play the song for them, but you can kind of sort of try to figure out how to do it like legit. Like I think, no, not HUD layout, keybind? Is this? I want to say there's a way to like change the keybinds on this thing somewhere. That's all you do in Sky anymore, hell yeah. I swear there's a way you can rebind the keys, and on this I just don't know how to do it. And yeah, that's a very quick overview on the classes. And that actually took way more time than I ever thought it would. Good thing I did that to kill time. Hell yeah. Now, can I find someone who's playing? Yeah, here we go. There's a little concert going on over here. Often find these in like hub areas, especially like the starting 3 hub areas of people just doing concerts. Wait, I fucking know this song. What is this? No idea. But I know that song. Technically, when you get Bard, there's a little, like, disclosure terms and conditions thing that's like, hey, promise that you will not play songs that are that are not from Final Fantasy XIV. And you have to agree to have access to the performance stuff. Nobody fucking pays attention to that. Everyone's always playing songs from outside. I mean, case in fucking point, this concert right here. That was not a 14 song. I mean, they kind of have to put it in for, like, legal reasons. It's just kind of funny, because no one does that. Yeah, they have to put in the disclaimer. And I get it. But it's also really funny that literally no one pays attention to it. But yeah, that is stream. People play copyrighted music in Sky as well, but there's no pop-up. I mean, it may be a relic from, like, the before times, because I want to say this game came out in, like, 2012, 2013? I don't fucking know. But yeah, that is stream. I will leave you off here. Next time, we will do more raids before we hop into the proper post-patch story. Yeah! I'm so glad I have that emote. It's so good. I'm so glad I have it. Not allowed to do that? What do you mean? What do you mean? You want to see, hey, you want to see something fucking funny? You want to see something funny? Oh, Jesus, fuck. Hang on. I need to mute myself. Where is it? 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 I have it, don't I? I could have sworn I had it. There it is. Grown-ass woman, by the way. Fucking grown-ass woman. I can also make her dance like a rabbit. Don't make me down bad for your character. It's actually a very cute dance. Okay, anyway. She's so into it. Your Warrior of Light is very into dancing. It's very funny. Anyway, I'm gonna send you all to Danny because he's doing some Elden Ring. But yeah, thank you all so much for coming and hanging out. I hope you have a good night, good evening, whatever time it is for you. I hope you take care of yourselves, and I will see you all on Wednesday for the Alexander raids. I mean, the giant robot raids that definitely aren't Alexander. Don't worry about it. Bye-bye.